Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for attending the EUC EURES Career Academy. We're proud to have a lot of speakers with us today. Everybody's attending from early on in the morning. Thank you. Use the QR code on the screen, which will appear in the beginning of our presentation. As many QR codes as you scan, so many entries you have in the draw for the iPad. So thank you for the people who are attending online. Thank you for being available and logging in the live stream. And let's start our presentations with Ms. Eleni Marcandoni, the Director of Student Affairs.
Good morning, everyone. We're absolutely thrilled to have all of you here today in an event that celebrates exploration, growth, and possibility. In the next 2 days, you will dive into the world of career opportunities in Europe. You will discover new paths, meet inspiring professionals, and learn how working abroad can influence and shape your future. We challenge you to vision a career without borders. In addition, we will be exploring two essential tools of the future: emotional intelligence and artificial intelligence, the heart and mind of tomorrow's workplace. 100 years ago, Europeans worked in agriculture and in factories, both labor-intensive markets, repetitive and local. Today, we carry our offices with us in this. Our co-workers have different time zones, and our tools of trade are invisible digital lines that made up codes, systems, and platforms. The world has never been so connected and so borderless. Over 20 years ago, the EUC Career Center started its own journey of courage. Back then, we encouraged graduates to seek opportunities abroad, and believe me, it hasn't been easy back then. It was really difficult. You see, it was 2001, as the older of us in this room can remember. That's when the Cyprus stock exchange crash took place. The economy was really bad. Jobs were hard to find around. So we encourage our graduates to seek employment in Canada and in Europe. Believe me when I tell you it was almost suicidal. Parents were calling us, wondering what on earth are we doing, sending their children hundreds and thousands of miles away from their families. Back then and now, we believe in something simple and powerful. Opportunity should not be limited by geography. We truly believe in that. Fast forward a decade later, EUC became a proud EURES partner, linking our graduates with international employers across Europe. In the last 4 years, we are proud to say that we have anything between 70 to 90 graduates each year finding exciting new roles abroad. And this is an accomplishment for us. To every parent that still asks us, why do you encourage mobility so much? The answer is simple. Cyprus has a limited employment market. And some of our students are dreamers. You deserve opportunities that match your skills, your ambitions, and your potential. I want to share with you the story of Evangelos, one of our he's still a student. Evangelos came to EUC a few years back to study law, He was determined, focused, and hardworking. At the same time he was looking for a home, he was also looking for work. From day one, he was interested to find a job in Cyprus. He came to the career center, and soon enough, he landed his first part-time job, and many jobs after that. And his big break came from all times during COVID. At the time, the health ministry of the Cyprus government was trying to recruit people for the COVID tracking team. Evangelos was chosen. His excellent work led him the lead position in that service. So he worked throughoutly for 2 years during COVID at the ministry, and even when the team was dissolved, the ministry kept him on a part-time basis working with them. Evangelos completed his bachelor's degree with us. He secured a position in Spain. He worked at Klarna International, a financial international company, which is registered in the New York Stock Exchange. A year later, he returned to Cyprus to pursue his MBA degree, which he's finishing this semester. And he has already secured another position in Spain in an even bigger organization and a higher level position. So Evangelos' journey is proof that when you step beyond your comfort zone, the world opens up to you. We truly believe in that. The opportunities outside Cyprus for career advancement, the multiplier effect of your experience, it's much more marketable than it is in a small employment market like Cyprus. Working across Europe is not only about the job. It's about growth, confidence, and a life without limits. We stand at a global turning point, and the question is not only where shall I go and work, or which jobs will survive with AI. The quest is more about what kind of work will we create and for whom. The Economist recently wrote, "The future of work will be determined by flexibility, hybrid models, and reimagining workplaces. But success depends on how thoughtfully organizations adapt and how equitable people are supported." I truly feel that Cyprus will not be at the forefront of adaptability. And that's where you come in, the choices you will make. The next wave of change, powered by AI and green transition, as well as new business models, will demand more than technical know-how. It will require complex problem-solving skills, adaptability, digital literacy, and above all, emotional intelligence. The future of work can sound intimidating: automation, AI, and global competition, but it's also deeply inspiring for your generation. And I will explain to you why. You will be able to work from anywhere in the world. Remote work and digital platforms will let you learn, collaborate, and create without borders. You can work in a company in Berlin and be stationed in Limassol. You can build a career that truly reflects your values. With the rise of green economy, social entrepreneurship, and ethical tech, you can choose a path that matches your principles and the kind of impact you want to make. You can learn continuously. What a joy. That's something I always wanted to do, and I always did it on my own private time. I want to keep on learning. I don't want to stay stationed. Now it will be demanded of you. You see, you will need to change careers several times in your lifespan. And you shouldn't consider that a threat. You should consider that a beautiful journey and a beautiful challenge, because you grow as an individual as you learn. You will be able to build your own path. The rise of freelancing, startups, and the creator economy means you don't need to wait for permission. You can turn your passion, whether art, coding, or gaming, into your own business. You can thrive in spaces that celebrate individuality and balance. Mental health, flexibility, and diversity are now part of real corporate culture. Your generation will have more freedom, more creativity, and purpose than ever before. Strength is not only found in technology or innovation, but rather when you elevate progress through the lens of humanity. AI is transforming every industry, but it will never replace empathy, creativity, or critical thinking. In fact, as machines get smarter, humanity becomes our greatest advantage. Technology should not be seen as a threat, but rather as a tool to unleash your human potential. It's your compassion, your imagination, and emotional intelligence that will solve complex problems and bring meaning to work. The future of work in Europe will not be built by algorithms or policies alone. It will be built by people who believe that progress and purpose can coexist. Prosperity and fairness can go hand in hand. Across the continent, opportunities are growing in renewable energy, health sciences, sustainable finance, and digital transformation. And with programs and services like EURES, Erasmus+, and other EU mobility initiatives, borders are no longer barriers. They are bridges for you to walk. If you speak more than one language, if you're adaptable, curious, and open-minded, Europe is your playground. So think bigger, think Europe, because your talent belongs on a global stage. Over the next 2 days and beyond, be curious, ask questions, connect fiercely, and step outside your comfort zone. EURES provides a wide range of tools, networks, and resources designed to ease your entry to the European employment market. Following my welcome note, we have the pleasure of hosting Mr. Antonis Kafouros, Senior Labor Officer of the EURES Network, a major supporter of the EUC Career Services and of this event. Thank you, Antonis. Mr. Kafouros will present and explain the various services available to you, including practical guides on living and working in Europe and lots of digital tools that the EURES website offers to you. EURES Netherlands will be introducing the Europass CV, the official EU resume format, and share insights on how language skills can significantly enhance your employability. After lunch, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Paris Thomas, who has mentored over 5,000 entrepreneurs, startup founders, and corporate innovators. In his inspirational talk, he will explore how to transform ideas into a new AI era. Mr. Thomas is also an advisor to Fortune 500 companies and a frequent participant in roundtable discussions and think tanks in Silicon Valley. Finally, we saved the best for last. Following Mr. Thomas' presentation, EURES advisors will give you the opportunity to take part in mock interviews tailored to the country of your interest, an invaluable chance to practice and refine your interview skills. Thank you for being here. May this event spark new ideas and life-changing opportunities for you. Get ready to be inspired, engage fully, dream boldly. The future is yours, and it's a future without borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Eleni. Well, moving on to Mr. Antoni's presentation. Let me remind you that after this presentation, from the one onward, you will get a certificate as long as you scan the QR code that we have on the screen. So remember to do that. After this presentation, the next ones you get the certificate, okay? Thank you. Antonis?
Wow. Thank you, Eleni. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, Christos, for putting together this amazing two-day event, exploring and try to find information about work, not only in Cyprus, but also in Europe. I'm very pleased to say that with me today, we have participants, we have EURES experts from 8 different countries. They're here with you during lunch, during the breaks. As Eleni said, please ask questions, go and meet with them, network, find out, learn, and be curious. I think that what you're going to learn a lot during these 2 days, and you're going to hear a lot, and there are going to be a lot of presentations. The only thing that I want from you to take is to be curious and ask questions. Go online. You're going to see a little bit further during my presentation about the EURES network and about the EURES portal. If you don't contact us, if you don't ask even the silliest question about your career and what your aspirations are, then you won't find the answer. So, before I start my presentation, I say, be curious about your career and about your prospects, because there are more prospects than you expect outside of the small borders of Cyprus. So, has any one of you here, apart from my EURES experts, do you know anything about the EURES network and what the network could provide for you? Have you ever heard about EURES? It's refreshing. Let's start from the beginning then. So, what is EURES? EURES is the network that brings together all EU member states and the countries of Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. So, in total, we have 31 countries participating in a cooperation, providing information, advice, and matching possibilities to employers all over Europe. Unfortunately, we had the UK with us until very recently, but one of our strongest ally and one of the countries with a lot of employment opportunities decided to leave the EU family. Wish them well, and let's move on without them. So, why labor mobility is of very high importance right now for the whole EU? First of all, we are more than 350 million people in Europe, but only around 17 million are being mobile at the moment. So the European Union feels like there is more to be done and more to be explored with people being mobile and trying to find a job in other member states. Why? Because there are so many vacancies available in other member states that that cannot be met with their own labor market. So there are instances, there are examples that maybe some other European citizen from one country could go and work to another country and get that opportunity. Sometimes high unemployment rates exist in one country or in one part of the country, and low unemployment or a lot of vacancies are in another country. So mobility could solve bottleneck vacancies and skill shortages that we all experience in all members, in all 31 states, member states that that consist of the EURES network. And of course, free movement of workers is one of our fundamental rights. As we have the European citizenships, so what that means, what that allows us, it allows us for a free movement if we want to go to work in another member state. So it's our right and our freedom to do so. And of course, the EURES. We became together and we became a network of all member states, created this network to promote fair mobility. EURES is here to provide you with answers to questions like, is this employer fair? I am offered this much of a salary. Is that salary enough to live in another member state? Is that or are these terms of conditions that this employer in so-and-so country offers me, is it a good offer? Are these terms of reference enough to make them move to the other country? All these questions could be answered, or we could find the answer through the network of EURES. So, our purpose is to provide information, advice, and guidance to potentially mobile workers on job opportunities all over Europe, as well as information about the living and working conditions that exist in all countries in Europe. We provide services not only to those seeking for work, but also to employers that look for job seekers or look for employees. So we are in between employers' needs and job seekers' needs. And also, all these services that we provide have to be fair, and we have to understand the needs of both sides. So we try to bring together and bridge the needs of the employers, but also the needs of you, the needs of the job seekers, the needs of the people that are looking to explore a career outside of their borders, outside of their own home country. How this network, how EURES, how is working? Okay, of course, we do have a very good portal. We will see it a little bit, or I urge you to look for the EURES portal and look into it. In the portal, we do have a lot of information about the jobs. We will see it later, living and working conditions and so on. Nevertheless, that could not work alone. We have also the human the human axis, the EURES advisors, the EURES staff that is trained and they work all over Europe to answer and to make your quest much more accessible and to answer any of your questions or help you with guidance that you will need at one point or another when you are looking for a job abroad. The EURES advisors, we have more than 1,000 EURES advisors all around Europe. We have a network that they are together, they are trained to provide advice, information, and support to job seekers and to employers, of course, as I said before. We provide, they're trained specialists. We are getting trained by the EURES network constantly on issues related to shortages. We are on issues related to AI and to how the labor market changes in different countries. We provide advice, guidance, and of course, placement. This is our main goal, to try to bring the supply and the demand together and make a successful placement to an employer. But our biggest strength is that we are a network that can get your questions and go and find the answers. We don't know anything. We don't know everything, of course. You know, we don't know. If you ask me what is the, about a job in Norway at the moment, I wouldn't, precisely say to tell you, oh, Norway and this and that. But I could find a EURES advisor from Norway, from the city that you may want, or the city of an employer that you are interested to get more information. We can go to that advisor in that city in Norway. We can get you in contact with that advisor in Norway, and you could start your quest by answering the right person, the right questions about your career choices. So for us, it's not what we know, but how can we bring you to the best source of information that you could ask and be curious about your career choices. In Cyprus, we have a network of EURES that consists not only the public employment services. At the public employment services where I work, we have 5 EURES advisors, 1 in every city. But our network now is growing. We believe that EURES should be in the heart of every university, and I'm very glad that the European University heard this wish, and now with the European University, we have offices, EURES offices, and trained EURES advisors at the career centers of the European University, but of course with other universities as well, the University of Cyprus, the Cyprus Technological University, and the Neapolis University at Paphos. We aim to have EURES trained advisors in all universities so that we could provide all students, all graduates with the same services and to provide them with this, advice about their career anywhere in Europe. So the portal, how the portal works. The portal, the portal's most biggest strength is that you could find all vacancies around Europe at any given day. There are thousands of vacancies going in and thousands of vacancies going out. A couple of days ago, when I was organizing this presentation, we had 4 million, almost 4,200,000 vacancies all around Europe. That means that you can get the information and you can get the latest supply of job vacancies anywhere in Europe. I mean, you won't find that anywhere. So, what you can do, you can go online, you can check with keywords, you can check by location, you can check by sector, you can check by occupation, as long as you get the chance to yourself to learn and play a little bit with the portal and try to find a little bit of be curious what are offers, what is available at the moment in Europe. You can find it on the EURES portal. One other big and very strong component of the EURES portal is the living and working conditions information that is available on the portal. It is very important for you to know where to go, where you want to go, what that country can provide, what is the standard of living, what taxation am I going to pay if I go to another country. And sometimes I give the example of a job vacancy as a waiter, or as a as a waiter in Switzerland, with a job salary offered online of almost 4,000 euros. If you read between the lines, what is the minimum salary in Switzerland? Right now it's 3,500 euros. So you have to understand the terms of conditions, and you have to understand, you have to be curious to know what is, if I move to another country and if I get this much money, or if the salary is so much, or if, what do I get out? How expensive is accommodation in another country? How do I move around in another country? All this information is available on our website in many detail. Even if you want to go and move with your cat, what are the processes of going with your cat in another country? So it's, it's on the, we have this information. Nevertheless, as I said before, we don't have everything. But we can find everything. We can ask our colleagues in another country that you are looking for, and we can find information for you. So just come and ask the question. So, as a conclusion, the portal can provide you with more than 1,000 advisors that you could call, you could send an email. All our details are on the website. You can search for a job. As you saw, we had like more than 4 million jobs around. You can create your account on EURES, and you could, so that, and you could upload your CV through the Europass portal. You can transfer it into the EURES portal so that registered employers with us would see your CV and get, you can get more in touch by the employers, not only by us or by you, but also there are more than 40, 50,000 employers that are registered with the portal. So they can see your CV and they can contact you directly. And of course, whenever your resume meets the criteria, then the employer has the ability to contact you and get in touch with you directly. The EURES services are completely free of charge. We are part of the network is part of the Public Employment Services Network, so it's free of charge. Schedule an appointment with a EURES advisor in every district labor if you want, because we can help you in any city that you are in Cyprus, if you want, or you can schedule an appointment with Andri or Christos or Eleni. They are also EURES advisors, so they can ask. You can ask questions that you have. And employers are not allowed to ask for payment for any job seeker. So if you are online, if you registered and if you place your CV and you get a notification from an employer that is interested in you, but you have to pay 100 euros for to access your application, contact us. We will we will press charges. We will go to the police because that is unethical and that it's not what we are here for. So be careful. There are maybe somebody could ask you this. So I always say in my presentations, everything is free for a job seeker. And of course, other activities, we do a lot of bilateral projects with other member states. So other member states, we invite other member states to the universities to talk to you, so we could get some insight on how your graduates, or you as a graduate, could get a job offer from other EURES, from colleagues from other EURES centers. We do presentations to universities, like this one, to schools, to chambers of commerce, to employers' organizations, and so on. We organize job fairs, and we participate in career fairs. Yesterday, as you may have know, we had a job fair in the center of Nicosia. We had a lot of people. I wish we had more, or at least we had more people, you coming, so you could talk to the other countries. But it's okay, you have the opportunity to do it today. And of course, we also participate in other European projects and initiatives that we will talk about it a little bit later. This is our website, the Cyprus website. Here you can find more information about the network. You won't find the database or the job vacancies. The job vacancies, you will find them at our at the European portal. And one of the biggest tools that we use at the moment is the European online job days. What are these? This is the portal where every couple of days there is an online job fair going on that you could be part of, you could register, you can see vacancies from employers from different countries. For example, on November the 4th, there was an event about work in Portugal. On November 6th, there was a EURES about EURES Slovenia connects. We had, moving on, I think on the 12th of November, there is a jobs in Germany and Denmark. On the 20th of November is the Swedish Day. And of course, on the 25th, I think it's the Irish Day. So there are a lot of online job days dedicated to a country that there you could find a lot of up-to-date employers, of course, are registered during those days. You could talk to employers, you could get in touch with employers, you can send your CV, so it's a good tool for you to start getting to know what is the labor market in every country online, on real time. That is more or less what I had to say to you about the EURES network. I don't know if I forgot anything. Maybe my colleagues could help me and tell me if I forgot anything. No? Okay. Any questions maybe, or I don't know. I don't know if it's in the program.
So, everyone, pretty packed room today. So, for the latecomers, use the QR code on your screen to check in the event so you get the chance to win the iPad. We're moving on to our break, which will happen downstairs. On the left, you can find our break, snacks and everything that you need to get. And after this presentation and after a break, we have the live streaming on in another room because we're really packed in here. We cannot fit everybody. So whoever wishes to move to that room, feel free to do so. Thank you for being here. Thank you for attending. And looking forward to the next presentation by Ms. Helga. Thank you. draw for the iPad. So let me present to you Ms. Helga. She's from EURES Austria, and she will be talking today about the Europass CV and the motivation letter.
So, welcome to my presentation today, all the audience sitting in front of me and beside of me, and also the other people online. I welcome you to this presentation of Europass and motivation letter. My name is Helga Steinberger. I am from Austria. So I am a EURES advisor for several years. I'm also working in the public employment services. And in our team, it's also the same in our country. We help you to find jobs or internships in our country. So we are I think, the best buddies for the future, if you are ready with your education. And so we will start. If you don't win this iPad, I have afterwards some goodies with me from EURES. And if you may ask me or answer the questions I ask you, you will get a little benefit. So what is a Europass? It's a free online tool. You can use it. So for creating your first application to get a job abroad in the EURES countries. And you have the possibility to make it in 31 languages. That's really important because if you, for example, would like to work in Austria, in my country, you have to speak a little bit German, like a A2 level, to communicate with the people, and as well English. So that's okay when you write it in English, but if you have a higher level, for example, in German, you may write it in the German language. So it's really good for the employer to see that you read and speak and write this language. Mama is calling? No? So why use the Europass? So many of you don't have an idea how to make an application. What should I write in it? What's usual in Europe? So we can say you what's important to write in this CV. So that you can make it all over Europe and all the employers there get all the information they need. It's easy to use for you because you're very young, you use all these IA things, all these online tools, so you make it in a short time. And it helps you to be in a good structure, so that is nice, straight, and with all the important information. Ideal for you, for the first application for a job abroad. So you have some items, you can make it in different colors, you can put it up and down, what for you is important that the employer will read at first, for example. And then you can also let it in this account, and you always can put the next job, the next internship, the next experience on it, and you have always a current actual CV. So I will show you a short video. It's on the platform as well, so we always will find it. So I think you are used to have to view these YouTube videos and just to learn a little bit, to hear something about it, and then we will go on. So I hope I will make it.
In this quick tutorial, you will learn how to use your Europass profile to create different CVs. When you prepare an application for a course or job with Europass, you have two options. Create a Europass profile and share the link. Or create a Europass CV. You can use your Europass profile to create as many different CVs as you like, depending on what you need them for. Clicking on the round button on the top left corner of your EURES profile brings you to your personal EURES page. Here you can discover jobs, courses, and access all EURES functions. Click on the Create a CV button to create a new EURES CV. Select the first option to start from your profile. You can also upload a CV you created previously or start one from scratch. You can customize each CV. You can select which information from your profile you want to appear on the CV. If you want your CV to be shorter, or you think some information is not relevant for this course or job, you can just deselect it. If you wish, you can edit the information in your CV. But be aware that anything you change here is for the CV only and will not be updated in your EURES profile. Finally, you can select the style of your EURES CV. More design options will be added in the future. Now you need to store your CV. You can download it to your own device, and as a registered user, you can store it in your EURES library. If you want to allow employers all over Europe to find you, you can also publish the CV on EURES. Now you're ready to take the next step with your brand new EURES CV.
Where's the presentation on this? No, on this? Yes, and this one. Oh, yeah? Is it okay? So it's really important to say something about the CV. So you have seen this nice lady on the photo, so she was smiling. Our employers like it. If you put a photo on it where you smile, I think all the young people, you smile all the days in this very big, great, fantastic university. You are so powerful, you should show this on the photo. That's in Austria and many, many other regions in the European community useful to get a picture on it, a photo on it. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. No worries. So, but we like it when you smile. We see you all the smiling, so it's the first impression for the employer. Write down all your important things, so education, experience. Also, if you make, for example, a summer job, write it down in the CV, so that the employer will know that you work a little bit, you try to work in another country, for example, maybe as a bartender, maybe in Tyrol in the high mountains for skiing, and in the afternoon at the bartender, so that you would like to train your German language skills, for example. Choose a design and select the info to include. So you have all the points to fill in, so you get the structure, you fill in, and you'll be safe for your first application. And you as I said, you may download it, and always if you have a next experience, a next job, a next internship, you put it on the CV, and it's current, it's actual. What to include? Personal information, very important. Very important is your nationality. So we also have applicants from third countries nationals, third countries nationals. So they have to apply for a working permission in the European countries. So if the employer knows that, they can help the applicant to tell him how to get through this process. So also we in EURES know about these processes, so you will find it on the EURES platform as well. But if you have really a good education or experience, they think about to hire you with a working permission. Skills. Many of you have so many skills. For example, I applied in my PES as well, and I write down, karate, Shotokan karate, and I have the 4th level. The first is white, then yellow, then blue, and dark blue. So karate, I write it down, because when they see me, maybe they think about, oh, she's a karate kitty. Nice, interesting. So you should say, you should tell the employer who you are. What are your skills, what are your hobbies. Don't write 10 of them, that's not really important. Just think about the employer, the job offer, make a search online at the home pages, what color do they use online, what career site do they have, what jobs do they offer, and sometimes you will find some videos about the employees there telling you something about the working area and what they do. So then you can maybe take the same color like they use. It's a little bit nice to see and nice to have. And as I said before, you look also wonderful and nice. Take a photo on it. That would be really, really good. Tips. Yeah, the EURES will make it clear and that you don't miss anything that the employer would like to know. So for example, if you write down where you have worked, write down the country, because many of them don't know. For example, Genova, is it in Italy? Is it in France maybe? I don't know. We don't really think about that. Where is the employer? So write down the job you made, the internship you made, and the country you have been. Avoid unnecessary things. So as my Anthony colleague told before at the beginning, but you didn't heard him. So if you would like to bring your cat with you to another country, to Austria, maybe the cat is used to travel, we may help you for this. But don't put the cat on the picture, not on your shoulder or something like that, or you be in the wood behind the trees. That's not really good. Just a wide screen is the best of it. And if you don't make it, so go to a professional photographer, they will help you. So that's the point. Many times we see pictures with the kitchen behind, with the bottles behind, something like that, or cars behind, or on my perfect car, you see I have a good car, or my moped, something like that. No, just a picture of you and smile. Yeah. You may print it, have it in your hands, read it again, talk to your colleagues, just tell them to read it, and if they say something to correct, so yeah, think about it. So it's also the first impression from your colleagues. They read it the first time, and they can tell you if it's okay. Yes. The email is interesting. Sometimes we have, in former times, 20 years ago, I also had an email, karatekitty1@gmail.com. That's funny, but it's not really serious. So write your name if possible, some letter, maybe 1, 2, 3, that's okay, or something like that, or that's okay. So that is really good to change. Then you have one email account where you get all the information and the feedbacks from your employers. Yeah. What to watch out for, yes. This EURES is just a start. So if you would like to be ready for jobs in Austria or in the European countries, and you need more colors, more structure, to be more flexible, you have to use another tool. But the EURES is just the start, the beginning, to have all the items you have to put on it. And so it's not ideal for all positions, but for the start, it's really a good help. Good choice, yes. So, for example, you know, maybe I think Erasmus Plus, you know this benefits you will get. And if you go for internships between the semesters, in the public institution or other academias, or in the EURES countries for maybe a summer job between your studies. Yes, what should I say? So I missed the language skills. Write down all the language skills you have. Also when you say, oh, I learned French at school maybe in former times, or my parents are learning me French, so write down the level A1. If it's only A1, write it down. We would like you to know if you like languages, write it down. And as I said, if you speak really good German or Spanish and you would like to go to Spain, write the CV in Spanish language. Yes, so we turn now. I just have to think about if I missed something, but I think no, that's really all I've mentioned. So the cover letter is something you put in the email just to tell in a short way what your employer should know about you. So maybe you find a job offer on the EURES platform, so they think about, okay, it's a good place to put my job offer to the EURES platform because these guys found this job offer. Tell them why you think about work that you applied, that you would like to work there. So the skills. So I have the skills. You write it down in your advertisement. So we match together. And yes, if they offer something else, just go on to these questions, answer this. And don't write a fairy tale, for example. Just a small one that the first view, 5 sentences, I think it's shorter, it's always better than a long way to explain that I would work in your company. So maybe you use ChatGPT or something like that that they help you, but don't copy paste. Think about that the ChatGPT will say you something, but use your brain to introduce yourself, your person. That's very important. So I will show you now the short video for cover letter.
How to create your EURES cover letter using the online.
Oh, it's a little bit too
Let's start
loud.
creating a
Should
cover
we make it louder?
The first selection you need to make is how you want to start creating your cover letter. This time, let's opt for Create New Cover Letter. This opens the online editor with a range of information for you to input. Start by selecting the language you want your cover letter to be in. For the purpose of this demo, let's continue in English. Here you can select the date format according to your need. Now, simply start typing in your personal information such as your first and last name, email, or other means to be contacted such as Skype or WhatsApp. When you have completed filling in your personal information, click Save or directly Edit in the next section, which is focused on details about the receiver. Here you can add details about the person who will be receiving your cover letter. You should try to address the cover letter to a specific and relevant person, but you can also opt to leave this section blank. Now, write the job reference, city and date. Now you need to select an open salutation. Here you can choose from the drop-down list an open salutation in the first field and write the receiver's name in the second field. You can also write your own open salutation. Keep in mind that both fields are required. Otherwise, you may also choose to whom it may concern from the drop-down list and the second field would disappear. Note that the content field is equipped with basic formatting and editing tools, such as bolding the text, adding bullet points, links, etc. Once you've finished, click Save or directly proceed to the closing section. Moving on to the closing section, choose an ending from the drop-down list or just write your own closing sentence. Then your name. And finally, to further personalize your letter, you can also add an image with your signature. You can take a picture of your signature or use web tools to create one. Keep in mind that the file format should be PNG and its size should not exceed 1 MB. Now, review your work before you proceed to the next step and check if there is anything left you wish to edit. If you're done editing, you can click Next to choose the design of your cover letter template. You have several templates to choose from. Choose a template design that best fits your CV and then click Next. Now, name your file and download it to your local device. That's it. You now have a well-formatted, great-looking professional cover letter. You should also save it to your EURES library where you can easily edit your cover letter later, create new ones, or share your cover letter or other files from your library with your employer. Now you're ready to take the next step with your brand new EURES cover letter.
Yes, that's it. Common mistakes to avoid. Irrelevant infos, yes. So I have a cat, I would bring the cat with me to the place where I would like to work. You can also talk in the next interview with your boss, if it's possible, that when you get accommodation, that you bring your cat with you, but not in the CV. So the Europass will give you this strong, fine form, so you don't make really mistakes for this. Not tailoring to the job, okay? Forgetting to proofread for colleagues, so just to have a look at it, print it really one time, print it, have it in your hands and read it. And using the same letter for every application. You may change maybe the colors, maybe you change something on the bottom to be on the bottom and not beneath. So it depends on the job offer. Just read the job offer, what the employer would like to hear from you. So you can handle it a little bit to get the view from the employer on these topics. Yeah. I think that's all. Final tips. You have to update it always. So if you have some space, you don't work, you don't be on the university, write down what's happened. So just write down free time off, or I was on holidays to train my language, something like that. For example, in Austria, employers always asking you what was in between. So find a small explanation why there is a break in between. Yeah, use your account to check it, to load it down, and to have it always in your mind that this is an updated, where is it? You can hear me. That is always updated. So use always the time, the date. That is really when you send the CV to the employer, it's the same data from the email. And yes, practice writing and get feedback. So try it out, send it to the employers, have a look at the EURES portal, find jobs, try it out if you get the feedback. And when you get the first interview, get prepared of the advertisement, have a look at the offer, and so you can talk with the employers online, by Teams, by Zoom meetings. It's really usual to get a meeting online, and so you can ask them everything you would like to know, and you can present yourself online. So that's new because we have the possibility, no, that's not new. EURES is more than 30 years old, and so you have the possibility to get all over Europe all the information about living and working. We in Austria have small postcards, for example, I will show it to you, with a QR code, and then with this QR code you will come to us and book an appointment with my colleague Mario and me. So if you have any questions about jobs abroad, about working and living conditions, just make an appointment, book it online. It's easy with your email address and with your name, maybe your study, and your phone number. And so you will get a Teams link to talk with us about 15 minutes, and we can help you to get further. So I will leave these cards here. So yes, please. I have some more. We tried to read it in Greek language. So, am I ready now? Is this my last slide?
It's your last slide. I have a few questions though. I don't know, were you familiar with the Europass CV before you heard this presentation? No, okay. Basically now, I think in the last year, the Europass portal, the website, helps you out in uploading your CV in the EURES network. In order to apply to any position through the EURES network, you need to have a Europass CV. You cannot do it with any other type of CV. So keep that in mind whenever you decide to take advantage of the many resources offered by the EURES network. You have to have this type of CV. And it's so easy to use, as you have seen the video. It's step-by-step process that you can just fill out the information and build your CV. So do we have any questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
You're
I need to
welcome.
ask you one question regarding the photo, the personal photo. Some people say that the photo should be included in the CV, as you said, and other people say that it might create some bias, negative or positive bias. You might accept or reject a CV based on the profile picture. So do you recommend always to include it, or there are specific cases not to include a picture?
So it depends on you. If you feel free, if you feel safe to show your picture on the CV, so if you have a Facebook account, a LinkedIn account, maybe something like that, and you also put there your photo, so put it also on the CV. So EURES and the EURES countries are really open for all nationalities. So we also have applications from third country nationals, and if they don't speak the language, they speak English. So if you feel good with a photo, just show it on the CV. If not, don't use it. So you should make your job application with your education, with your skills, and not alone with the photo. So, but I think in Austria we like it, just to smile a little bit, not like a passport photo, to be straight, don't laugh. So we like it to smile a little bit. It's friendly, it's warm, so yes, you will feel welcome. So in all the countries, and I'm talking to my colleagues, they say if you feel free for that, put it on, and if not, not. So I give you, if you would like to come in the next winter season to Austria, you need warm socks.
I would like to ask for the CV, how many pages are allowed? Like only one page or multiple pages? Because I know some
Max,
when I
yeah.
did it, they told me to keep it at one page, but somewhere else they told me multiple pages.
Yes, I think at the beginning you have one page. So because you did not work so many jobs, you didn't have so many jobs. But we say two sides are okay. A front and the back. That's really okay, because it will step by step every year. You will put everything to the CV, that the experiences, the summer jobs, the internships, like that, and so it's getting longer and longer. You're getting always socks because in Austria it's cold, or in other countries as well. Thank you for your question.
Hello, good morning. I have a question. Could you please clarify what personal information candidates should avoid sharing during job interviews, for example, regarding family status, if they are married or if they have kids or responsibilities for their life?
Yes, I think you don't have to write down what's your religion, for example. You don't have to write down if you're married or not, if you're queer or not, something like that. I have often these questions. So also the family is not important. You are important. Your name, your nationality, your address, your email and phone number. So I think, do you agree, my EURES colleagues? I think that's really the important thing. So it's you, and we don't have to know about, I know it from in former times, we have to do it to write down my mother, my father, my brother. I have 4 brothers, but it was a half of a side. So now, no, it's you. Your person is important. So, I have something new for you. When you go outside for swimming, because we also have lakes in Austria, you put your handy on. When it's raining, you put it also in there. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions?
They want the socks?
No, I wanted to ask about the driver's license. Is that important to mention that in CV?
So if you find the homepage in the advertisement, you have a look at the region, you will find also more information about the regions. So we have official transport everywhere in Austria, and also in other countries. So you may have a look on the homepage, where is it to be, and if you have the first interview with your employer, you can ask them, do you need accommodation? Do you need a car? So mostly they tried that you can drive by bus, to go by bus to the office, to the job. And in hospitality, for example, you always get free accommodation and free meals. So you have free accommodation to be there, and it's always nearby the house where you work. So you don't have to drive with the bus many hours or something like that. You be near at the place you have to work.
I guess the question was focused if you had to write it on your CV. So basically, if the job requires it, that you need a driver's license to do the job, then you should include it. But otherwise, there's no need to mention driver license. It's an added value that you know to drive, especially in Cyprus, but that's not relevant to the job position. You shouldn't include it.
Yes, I think you should include it because it's nice to have. If you have it in the advertisement, that's true, yes. So always read the advertisement, what the employer will offer you. Thank you for this question.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Do we have some more socks?
Yes, what if we want to bring like instruments with us? Do we get any like student benefits in terms of shipping?
So it was too fast. I'm sorry.
Do we get any form of benefits such as extra protection if we want to bring like an instrument with us abroad?
A form of protection, a benefit from the employer?
Student benefits, discount, maybe.
I don't understand the question really. I'm sorry. It's a little bit loud here.
Basically, if you're talking about the Erasmus option of going abroad as a student, that's a different thing. No, that's not included. Yeah.
So thank you for answering that. Thank you for your question.
Any
Thank
other?
you.
So,
perfect.
Let me remind you again to scan the QR code. I'll keep remind you every day, every presentation, just so you know. And give us 5 minutes to get ready for the next presentation in regards to...
Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you so much for the question.
So guys, out of program, I spoke to you earlier about the Evangelos. Evangelos is here. So if he likes to take 2-3 minutes, since we have a break in between the two presentations, Evangelos, would you like to come here and share his thoughts about working abroad? Mind you, he's not Cypriot, he's Greek. So although he lives in a big country, he still seeks the experience.
Hi, thank you very much. I was unprepared, nothing. So, yes, I have been abroad. I worked in Spain for a year after finishing my degree here. And what I could say is what really helped me is that throughout the academic years that I was studying, I was also working, I was getting experiences, I was doing internships, I was getting involved with many things here in the university, and I got valuable experience building a diverse skill set and my confidence, let's say. So it was very important that I learned how to build a CV. Everything that you are learning now, it was given to me very early. So from the first year of my studies, I asked for help. And this has really helped me even now in my career life very much. The trips, the tips, and everything that was taught to me. Right now, after having that experience in Spain and I came back to get even more experience and enrich my academic background. Now I'm looking to go back. Throughout those years, I have also been studying and learning Spanish, so I will have my B2 level exams in 2 weeks. So I'm really happy that this time I'm going back, and I will also be able to connect more with people there and speak their own language, which is very important for me as well. And obviously, I can say it's a very competitive stage for the job market right now. So you have to be well prepared. In interviews, there are so many qualified candidates. In my own experience, I heard some employers telling me that we have many qualified people and we just have to choose one. So now, throughout your studies, I believe it's very important to start building already some kind of skills, some work experience, show who you are, maybe your profile in LinkedIn, show what you do to get the visibility you need to be chosen later. And that's what I would say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Evangelos. It was so nice for you to come and share your story with our students being here today. So we're a little bit earlier in our program, but we'll move along. All right. We have the EURES Netherlands colleagues here today with us. They're going to discuss a few details about the language, and they have a surprise for you as well. So looking forward for you to learn more about the next steps of this presentation. Keep in mind that you need to scan the QR code. I'm going to say it again. All right? So, Alec, is this the presentation? Yeah.
No, that's not hers. That's from the employer. So that one. Yeah.
So this one. So in order to go full screen, you click on here and then full screen.
Full screen.
Okay. Yeah. And those are turned on. Our presenters requested that the students sit in the front. Can you move here? It's part of the interactive presentation. So move here in the front if you wish. If you dare, they say. I'm scared to say that. Thank you for being brave. Thank you. Perfect. Come on, move. Move along.
Ja, wij moeten niet hier staan, anders staan we met onze rug daarheen. Ja. Moet ik deze doen? Of,
Okay, so we have a go for starting. Like we were asked not only to give a presentation to make it more interactive. So I hope you're not getting too comfortable in your seat because I'm going to ask you some questions. Actually, the presentation is going to be in 3 parts. More on that later. First, let us introduce ourselves. It's my colleague.
Hello there. It's good afternoon. Yassas. We're so glad to be here with you. And we are going to tell you a little bit more about the culture thing, the language thing in the Netherlands. And like André told you, we have a surprise for you as well, but that's going to be later on. And here we are again. So you have our details here. We are EURES advisors for the Netherlands, and Arik is working with a team of employers, and I'm working with a team of job seekers.
Thank you. So, welcome first, and welcome online, of course, also. Maybe been in the presentation this morning, ask all the questions you have, because that's what it's all about. Also this afternoon, this is your opportunity to just shop around. It's free movement within Europe. So check if what options Germany has, Austria has, the Netherlands has, whatever suits you. For this presentation, we're going to talk more about language and culture. So yesterday event, we had the living and working presentation, all about the Netherlands, about the country and stuff. Now it's more about the communication skills, the kind of communication in the Netherlands, and also how we can use that if you have contact with a Dutch employer. They say we're so direct and stuff. Is that the case? We can experience that hopefully in this session. So, 3 parts?
Yeah. But before we start, I'm very curious, or we are very curious, what do you know already about the Netherlands? I'm going to look at you. What do you know? Maybe.
Have you been in the Netherlands before?
No.
No? Anyone? Amsterdam, maybe? No?
No one never have been to the Netherlands? Yeah?
Netherlands or Amsterdam? Or? Three? Guys?
Oh. And how do you experience the Netherlands? Mm-hmm. Too bad? Okay.
The UvA, that's the University of Amsterdam, has much applicants. That's the university I studied also. And they actually have now a number of fixes of the international students. So there's much traffic, not only in Cyprus, but in all other European countries also. You see it also at the universities. So, yeah. About the Netherlands.
Yeah, we are showing here some typical Dutch culture things. And one of that you might know, it's at the left, at the top. We are quite famous about our music, our parties, and our really famous one is ADE. It's called Amsterdam Dance Event. So you might know some famous DJs who are from the Netherlands.
Yeah, and that's not all leisure. That's actually a business. It's a Dutch expert product. So if you're into like the social study in that field, ADE, ID&T, brands like that, there's a large companies all work with the networks in that field.
And I think you're all in Cyprus, you're all into football, so you might know our Dutch team as well. And we're all dressing up in orange. Our colors of our flag, our national flag, is red, white and blue. But if we have some event which is football or any, then we dress up in orange. So if you are planning to go to the Netherlands, please wear some orange, get used to it, because it's quite important.
Yeah, but we're here also to discuss about language and cultural. Office culture, we posted this one, the clock, be on time, really important. Punctual, like the Germans also, really punctual. We see it also in our office, so keep that in mind. Also, we put in this photo, oops, that's better like this, but this photo, it's really common and it's almost mandatory that you participate. So that's one of the reasons, of course, we want you to participate also in this session. And afterward, if you're into sweets, the Dutch cookies, we brought some. So if you're into the stroopwafels, take your chance.
Yeah. So, and of course you all speak very good English, but is it enough? Sometimes it is, but the Dutch language is quite important as well. We know that you have some programs to learn Dutch in advance, and it would really, really help you if you are gonna study or find a job, you would like to find a job in the Netherlands. And at the left you see some advanced Dutch you need to learn. But of course you can also do the language courses in the Netherlands when you are there.
Yeah, the Dutch slang, the lady, you've been in the Netherlands 3 times. Do you recognize any of these? Like, finally? No? What's that?
Tikkie.
A tikkie.
Oh yeah.
Very keen on the money getting back. So you send a tikkie, so we know if you buy a beer, we get the money back from the beer.
Yeah.
That's, okay. So that's more about the slang, but no, that's like you already mentioned. It's really important to know the language. When you go for the Netherlands longer periods, it's really good to get some knowledge. A1, A2 level Dutch. That will really open up more opportunities, vacancies. I believe even, like say, 80% of the vacancies are some level of Dutch. So keep that in mind if you want to. We posted some sites here. There's a free online course, of course, there are, Duolingo, stuff like that. But if you're really aiming for learning the language, my advice would be to like invest in the language. A paid course will help you much more. I don't know if it's a booth also today about the targeted mobility schemes, the TMS. Is there targeted mobility schemes also? Okay. The target mobility schemes can also help you support for language training. So keep that in mind, see what kind of schemes there are, maybe interesting for you. Yep.
So when you're going to work in the Netherlands, there's a different work culture on the floor. So the culture on the floor might be different than it is here in Cyprus, which you're probably used here at school as well, or maybe when you work, you experience that yourselves as well. One thing about working in the Netherlands, we are quite famous, or I don't know if it's famous, but we're direct and honest. So we direct communication. Of course, we do some small talk, but that's just to know how your weekend was. But if you are in a working position, then we're going to say, okay, you didn't do that right. Not the other way around, or saying, yeah, it was quite okay, but no, you didn't do it right. So we're quite direct and honest, aren't we?
Excellent. Yeah, true. And why is this interesting for you to know? Because Europe is not that large, but there's so many different cultures. And if you're not really like, okay, maybe better to sit in the back and relax and hear what the boss wants me to do, and then we follow the boss. That's not the case in the Netherlands. I can assure you, like 90% of the vacancies of the employers don't work like that. They want to participate. They want a professional, self-guiding teams. So keep in mind that's really what I see in the Netherlands. Yeah.
Yeah. And like we said before, everyone's input is really valued. So don't sit back. When you're having a meeting, everybody wants you to join and hear what your vision is about a topic or any. And yeah, punctual.
Is this also in class here, that they ask you to participate or to ask questions like, okay, what's your opinion on this? Is that so? Or is it like it's een hoorcollege, we call it in Dutch, one way? Two-way or one-way like this now? Well, okay. Okay. So when you go for a professional one in the Netherlands, that's more two ways then. Yeah.
Punctual. Yeah, like we said, be on time. When you start at 9 o'clock, then be there at 9 o'clock. If you are 5 minutes late, then everybody's going to say to you, oh, hi, good afternoon, not good morning. So be punctual.
It's already, the consensus base is the same. It's not the boss decides what to do. The boss can say we go left, and you can ask why we go left and not right. That's pretty common. So that's what you see, the consensus instead of this is the way we do it. So it's all about the culture, but you see it next to culture also in the communication, in the teams, with our direct boss, but also the boss of the boss.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't know how it is here in Cyprus, but we do tend to have an informal dress code. So before it was only on Fridays, we had casual Friday, so you were allowed to come in jeans, but nowadays it's the whole week around. So we're quite informal, and we have an informal workplace. So it's, yeah.
Now we're zooming into more like the job interview. So we have about the Netherlands in general, a bit about the culture in general, the communication, but now the communication when you want to apply for a job. And we're going to the next phase also, hopefully, in this session. When you apply for a job, what I notice also from candidates from Italy, they send your CV and they just wait. Well, we're going to see what happens. Depends on what you think about it. We're going to talk more about that. But you see there are differences in the way to approach a possible employer when applying for a job. So it's really common to contact an employer to ask questions about the vacancy. To ask questions about the vacancy helps you to make a better motivation letter, but also helps the employer to, that was a good conversation. Let's invite him for an interview. It really helps, besides doing the application only by paper. Well, networking,
yeah.
You know all about that?
I don't know if you all have a profile already on LinkedIn, but LinkedIn is a very famous medium in the Netherlands to do your networking, because you find your job via networking. And how can you network? That's quite difficult sometimes because you're in another country. But LinkedIn will help you. Please look at your profile at LinkedIn, update it, but also search on LinkedIn for organizations or employers you would like to work for or you're interested in, and follow them, because they post most of the times each day or each hour, some of us. But it's really nice to be on LinkedIn and to abroad your network it. And well.
And last but not least, make sure your CV corresponds with your LinkedIn. The employer will check, like, okay, we see this on your resume, but it doesn't correspond with your LinkedIn. That's okay. Well, curiosity, we talked about also, asking questions prior to the interview, but also during the interview, of course. So make sure you have been to the side of the employer. The employer doesn't want to hear any job. They want to hear, yeah, I want that job at your company. Make sure you keep that in mind also in your CV, also in your letter, but also in the questions and also in the interview.
And it's not considered rude to ask questions. Your employer is not the one who's interviewing you. You can interview him back if you want to. So please be interested in his company or in the organization, because it shows that you're eager to know and to learn. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and something which should not be the focus in your first interview is how much I'm going to make. So your salary is not the topic you're talking about. You can ask the range or any, but not the specific amount. It's true, huh?
Yeah, it's good to have a salary range, of course. It's not too wide. But if the impression at the employer is that it's only about the money and not because you want to work for that position, then it's a no-go. So keep it in mind.
Okay then. Now you're up.
They're interactive part. And hopefully you will join. Otherwise we're like, okay, we're only two. Here we go. First question?
Yeah, we have some questions for you. And if you agree, please stand up. And if you don't agree, you can sit down. Yep. Salary is the most important reason I want to work abroad. So if you agree, stand up for yourselves, huh? And
nobody
if not,
agrees.
Nobody agrees. You're the best. You're the best.
Is that the case? It can be. Is salary not the most important?
No?
No? Why not? Okay, so experience, culture, new language, okay. And are you looking for a job like then short term, like half a year or longer? If you want to make a career, of course. Okay, so long-term experience outside of Cyprus, so it's good. Anything to add? So culture, experience, language? No? So it's connections. Okay, good. Yeah. Connections, and you say? Okay, good. So it's not only about the salary give now, but where am I at 5 years? What can the employer offer me? Great. Okay. Sure. Good.
Yeah.
Quality of life. You hear that a lot. And what makes the quality of life for you? Is it the work-life balance or?
It's the work-life balance, but it's also about the culture of the country, the systems, different systems, for example, health,
Yeah.
education, and all of that, how everything works. If it works well, it's a good combination of factors. I think.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Nice.
Really specific out the Netherlands, like we have the most youngsters working from 15 years and up. Everybody works, 75% and more. And on top of that, most people work like 4 days a week, not 5. I personally only have 3.5 days of work week. So it's 3 days of 9 hours and 1.5 a day because I have 2 small kids and I choose for unpaid leave. So that could also be the work-life balance that fits for me.
Yeah.
Spot on.
That's a really, really, really nice and
There's
really
an-
good reason too.
There's an
Yeah.
English word for it, and you need to practice it. Reciprocity. I had to
Yeah.
try it 3 times. Reciprocity. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So next.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. We got more.
Yeah. Next. Next.
And if you're thinking somebody's participating here, we hear more about her later. It's Maaike. Talk to you later, Maaike.
Hello.
Hi, hi.
Oh. It doesn't work. Okay. Okay.
Dat is goed om haar.
Nee. Oh, ja, ja, ja. Wow.
Okay, then some a little bit about the
That's
lady
okay.
I said, hey, Maaike. She's actually a Dutch employer, Job Air, and Job Air is at the Schiphol, the Amsterdam airport. Most people know the airport. She mediates for jobs in logistics, but also in technology, so airplane mechanics, stuff like that. And I asked her to be like the general Dutch employer. What kind of questions do you have? What do you expect from international candidates? So, no man overboard, no. It's just it's not a regular job interview. You could just ask all the questions you have, or say, okay, this is my chance to check what questions might I expect from a Dutch employer. In this case, a Dutch employer in logistics and technology at the airport of Amsterdam.
Yeah. So, the next question. It's best to wait for a reply when you have sent your resume and your motivational letter to a job vacancy you really, really, really like. It's best for you to wait to the employer to answer. What do you think? It's best to wait or?
We already gave you a heads up for this one.
Just stand up. If you think you need to wait. Oh, there's. Yeah, and it's quite common to get in the Netherlands. It's quite common to get in contact with your with the HR person or the vacancy holder to ask what the status is about the job vacancy. So don't be afraid, be bold, and get in contact with them.
Is Maaike still here?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maaike, do you get calls when somebody applies to you online?
Yeah. Most of the time, these people apply and they wait, but a lot of people like apply and then they give a call immediately to tell more and to introduce themselves more. Normally the process is that we call them after a application they did online, but we like it when people call by themselves, like, hey, I did an application. What are the following steps? So it depends. We try to call within 48 hours, but some people are already calling us, and which is nice for us.
Okay, thank you. Well, you're going to explain more about the process you do at Job Air also. So, okay, thank you. So, calling in advance is helpful.
Well, next question. English is the only language you need for an international career. If you think yes, then sit down. If you think no, then stand up.
Now we're getting there. Yeah.
Yeah. So some of us do think that English is enough? Or do you think it's best to learn another country's language?
So English is enough. Only English is enough. Oh, it's not.
Okay.
And why not?
I think, for example, if you go to another country, it's better to know the basics of the language, just to be more respected there. And some countries, not all the countries speak good English, so you have to know the mother language of the country, let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's mandatory. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly, that's what we hear most. As soon as you're in contact with a customer or a client or anything that's Dutch speaking, Dutch is mandatory. So yesterday at the fair, I spoke with many interesting candidates. And as soon as it's HR, psychology, marketing, field like that, Dutch is mandatory. So know that the language is really, really good to know. Even the basic language also. So yes, Mike also? Mm-hmm. Mike, is English for the logistics at Schiphol enough, or do you need some level of Dutch?
Well, for logistics, English is enough because everything is in English here. It's always nice to see if people learn a little bit Dutch, but we also know it's a really difficult language. But for example, if you want to go like further in the airport for check-in agent, then Dutch is a required language. But most of the time for logistics, yeah, it's okay to speak only English.
Okay, thanks.
Does it make sense? So for now, maybe the lower skilled, the starting jobs, okay, English in this field is okay, but moving up or a longer period, Dutch it become mandatory. We have a question.
I've read there was a study that was done by the European Commission like 10 years ago, I think, that says that if you know one more language than you do, it multiplies your chances by 10 of finding a job than, somebody that doesn't have a second language. So think about it as an incentive for your career to speak at least, conversationally, some, from a second language. Yeah.
Okay.
That will help, yeah. And also in what field you're in, but they will be multiplied if you speak the language, of course, of the country you choose to work. Because I heard some about the remote work. Yes, remote jobs are there, but they're really not that much as you would like to see. So the idea of you left from the beach and you work for a Dutch company, it happens, but really minor. It's not the aim we do it from the public point of view.
Yeah. Okay then, next question. In the Netherlands, it's normal to address your boss by their first name. If you think yes, stand up. If you think no, then please sit down. What do you think?
Oh, they paid attention there, yeah.
Okay.
So
okay.
Can you tell me why?
your relationships in the work, it's not that important to like, you don't have that hierarchy, I would say, yeah, like that. So for you, it's normal to speak with the boss, maybe not in the first meeting, yeah, but after that, it's like a friend for you. So you speak the same as your friend, yeah.
Yeah. Well, is there four of you? Anything to add?
I think everyone should be on the same level when it comes to the big companies and developed countries.
Yeah. Same level, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So my roommates are actually from the Netherlands, and so we don't have like one person in control of the house. They actually made the cleaning schedule for our house, so we're very organized because of them. So it's nice to have that informal relationship.
Good to hear. How Dutch is this?
Yeah.
Schedule. Okay, good. Okay.
And Maaike, how's that with you in your company?
Yeah, for us it's quite normal to talk to each other with the first name, but as long as it is professional and of course with respect.
Yeah.
Like we know that we have a little bit of distance, and that is in the professional way, but it's quite common just to talk to each other with our first names.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Shall we do one more and then the presentation of the... Okay,
I think this is the last one. Yep. In the Netherlands, it's customs to send work mails after office hours. What do you think? Yes? Stand up? No? Please sit down.
Working 9 till 5 or later.
What do you think? That might be true as well. Well,
so we have one, they say, okay, we work 9 till 5. After 5, no mail because that's leisure time. Yeah, you need, of course, work-life balance. After working hours, no mail, no fun. Okay? Anyone like that? All share their opinion or any other opinions?
what do you think? Do you think it's important that you have... yeah? Okay. But what...
I didn't hear the... Yep.
Sorry. So I think it depends on the context of why are you contacting me after working hours. So yeah, if it's something urgent or something that happened during the day or anything like that, yes, it's common, it's okay. But if you want me to do something out of my working hours, then I wouldn't agree, so.
Okay. How's that with you, Maaike? Is it quite normal to be in contact or send emails after working hours?
Yeah, for us it's quite normal, but we don't expect it back. Like if I send an email at 8 in the evening or at 4 in the morning, I don't expect somebody to call or to respond directly. But yeah, and especially when you're at the airport and working at the airport, it goes like 24/7. So yeah, it can happen that you have to be that you have to do something in the evening, but not, of course, if you're working in logistics, you just go to the job or and then you just do your thing. We don't expect for you to respond to us, but we do respond.
Yep.
Yeah, well, personal thing to add then. We talked about work-life balance. I work part-time, let's call it that. And my boss is okay when I'm bringing my kids to school or they have like a special thingy at school and I start, for instance, at 11 in the morning. Could be. He doesn't care at what time I start or finish. If I have some time on a Sunday evening just to work those emails, it's fine. The work-life balance is I have a task to do in my job. And it doesn't matter when I do it when it suits me. So for us, and most employers that I know and work with, they give you a lot of responsibility. It's not like 5 days of work at the office. I personally work only 1 day at the office in Amsterdam, where I work. The other days is national or the employer or anything like that. So it was really different depending on not only culturally, but also the kind of job you have.
Okay, Maaike, you're up, so you can start sharing your screen.
Yeah, I will share a screen.
And everybody can see you now also.
Hi. Okay. And then full screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you see it all now?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Okay, super. So yeah, I can tell you a little bit more about how the process specific with us with Job Air goes, and I think it's well quite in the Netherlands normal. Yeah, everybody does this process a little bit in their different way. But for example, with us, like if you say I really want to have a job at the airport, we have all different kind of jobs, not only logistics. Then you can apply to EURES, and then we will get your profile and we will try to get in contact with you as soon as possible. Most of the time, first we have like an introduction call to get to know each other a little bit and already explain you some important things, because if you're going to work in the Netherlands, we know that there are a lot of questions and there's a lot of information, and we try to give you all the information we have, but we do it in different steps. So first we have the introduction call, and in this call you can expect like that we are asking you, why do you want to work in the Netherlands? What do you want to do? But also, is your English good enough? Because training is in English, all the communication is in English. So it is important that you can understand everything, but also speak to everybody in their language, and to in the housing where I come later, yeah, talk to everybody and have a good environment. Another important thing to work at the airport is a airport screening. And yeah, it sounds very heavy, but it is not. We just have to make a paper and send it to the government, and they will, yeah, track a little bit with your background. It can take up to 3 months before we receive the approval. So yeah, these are things that you have to take in mind if you do the application. So if, for example, you would like to work here in the summer, we advise to start looking in January. Yeah, after the first call, we will send you an email with all the information we already talked about, but then you can think about it and yeah, think myself, do I already have some questions? Then we will schedule a video call, and then yeah, of course, with the introduction, also explaining about the different jobs we have and what you want, a little bit more information about the background screening, but also our housing. We provide accommodation for when you come to work here, and then some next steps. And then after that call, we will, yeah, approve, or we will get approval, try to get approval for the VGB, the airport screening, which can take up to 2 or 3 months. Then it's just waiting. But after these 2-3 months, when we receive the approval, we will try to schedule a, yeah, we will schedule with you an arrival date. And from there on, we will support you in every step. So you come here, and then you come to our office. And from our office, we will guide you through everything until the first day, first work day. So then we do the paperwork, and our driver will bring you to the accommodation. Then you will have training afterwards, and then you start the job. And of course, in the Netherlands, you have like things with health insurance, but also public transport, because how do you go to the workplace? Well, the public transport in the Netherlands is very good. We have a very good system, and we will help you also with a, like how do you pay? Do you have a subscription? Do you have it not? But yeah, these are things, they are really small things we can help you with and get everything done. Yeah, and this is just a really quick yeah, cycle we do. And then until you start working, a lot of people just stay in our accommodation, but also a lot of people are working to get their own accommodation. But that depends on what you want. If you want to stay here for a year, or you want to stay for 5 years, or you want to build your home here, everything is possible, and we will try to help you with every step. Yeah, I think these are the most important things. Are there questions?
You also work with a buddy system, right?
Sure.
So when you enter, then you have some like, experience already working and living in the Netherlands. Is that so?
Yeah. So could you please
When you're entering the Netherlands or start your job at Schiphol, is there like a buddy system?
Yeah.
So explaining more about culture or how to rent a bike or find your way around or how to work at Schiphol?
At Schiphol specific?
Yeah, or do you have like a buddy system, like there's an experience or somebody already been doing the job for like half a year? That you combine the newcomer with somebody who's already been in the Netherlands for some time.
Sorry, through the microphone it's not super clear.
Alvin was talking about the buddy system you are having.
Yeah, the buddy system, and then the.
So you connect the buddy to the newcomer. So it's your colleague, and then you will fit together.
Yeah. So yeah, we have like the accommodation, and normally you will live in a family home with 5 people, 4 people, and then we try to put the people together like from the same country, they have the same culture, but also with some people that already have the experience, so that you can a little bit learn from each other. But important to know is that everybody has individual jobs. But of course, we try to put you together with some people that is a good mix of people that are starting, people that are already here for a long time, but also people that have the same culture, coming from the same country, speaking the same mother language.
Okay, thanks.
Is that a little bit?
One more question for me, and then
Okay,
it's up to you. Like, you use the Teams really often for the job interviews and stuff like that. Is it since the last 5 years, or did you already do the video calling as a selection part?
Yeah, so the video call, I think we have since 3 years this system. And we try to schedule the call after the phone call once, and then also before arrival. So you can ask your last questions. But yeah, if somebody is like, hey, I want to schedule a video call just to get more information in between these steps, it's fine.
Okay, so then the question to you, did you have experience with a job interview, like with a video call or Teams or stuff like that? You ever done that?
Yeah, so sharing my experience, basically. Well, I do believe that a video interview, basically in Teams, for me personally, I felt more comfortable because I was at my own space. However, I think it is lacking for the part of the HR and the interviewer in regards of the body language. So you're missing out in that. You're missing out at the importance of how someone will come dressed to the interview, how much effort they will put into the interview. So the video call, I give thumbs up to it in regards of difficulties in having the opportunity to be face-to-face with someone, but I think it has the pros and the cons. But it was a nice experience that I had personally. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there some other questions, maybe in general or to Maaike?
Maaike, do you have the same experience with the video call? You meet the person in real life, like, oh, this is not what I expected, or anything else?
Yeah, Well, for us, it's always a little about the preparation. Like we can see if you already are 4 minutes before time in the call. Some people are coming like 5 or 10 minutes too late, then we already think like, hey, what is going on? Because the difference is that when you have a job interview at the office, most of the time people are there 10 minutes before time. And I don't know why, but in video call, most of people think like, oh, it's okay to come 3 minutes late. But actually, it's a little bit just the same if you are like here at 50 minutes before time, when you have like a real life job interview. Why don't be like 5 or 10 minutes before time in the video call, just to see like, hey, I'm prepared, I'm ready. Yeah, these things are small signs of your interest in the job.
Okay. Well. Mm-hmm. Which determines your life, your future life, but it's risky as well. But it's really good because since you're in a country and the other is in another country, it's a good thing. But you have to put the risk as well of the internet, or the electricity, earthquakes, or whatever.
Despite technology, I'm really glad everything worked out technology-wise. That's great. I just want to point out, because Mikey, we talked about it some time ago. Besides the video call, I mentioned already the targeted mobility schemes, about the language course and stuff. The targeted mobility schemes can also be used for a job interview. So if you talk to Mike and there's a click, but I don't know if you are able to do the job or you have questions about the work area, you can use the TMS for your ticket to Amsterdam, and up to 3 days have a talk with Mike and experience the work and stuff. So you can get acquainted before even the contract is signed. Only thing is that you need a half-year contract, not signed, but Mike will say, okay, I do have a half-year contract, let's do the interview in Amsterdam. So use the TMS, the options you have in that case. Yeah, you already asked. Any other questions? Now we have like the Dutch employer in general. You can be bold, you can be curious, you mentioned already. There are no wrong questions.
There is one question.
When we talked about the languages before, you said that to go to Netherlands or to Europe, you have to know their language, which is very important. But is it in reverse? Like in Netherlands, do they care what language you have? Like for me, I know Arabic. Does it put like even more extra points because there is a lot of like for business or stuff to know the Arabic language? Will it be like a plus? Does the background of the employer have a point in there, not only in Netherlands?
Micah, did you hear the question? Like
no, not all of the question. Could you reply, please?
Is it an advantage, is my translation, is it an advantage to have an additional language? So not Dutch, but like 2, 3 other languages when you apply for a job in logistics or at your company?
No, only English is the required language. Because, yeah, as I said, like the training and everything is in English. Of course, it is nice if you speak a little bit, for example, Spanish, but that is to talk to your colleagues in their mother language or yeah, something like that. But if you just speak very good English, it's the most common English language here.
Is correct? Yeah. Okay. Were there any questions on here? No.
I have a more general one, if I might. When we talk about language in the Netherlands, is B1 or A1 the one that will get me the more points in entering the job, or is not enough? I have to be in a level C1 and above.
For specific positions, like we are working with children, or in front of a class, or in healthcare, it's a B2 level mandatory. But we ask Mike again, does it matter if it's Dutch A1 or B1? Does it matter?
For Dutch, well, for when the language is not required, then it's just nice if you speak a little bit. But if you have, sometimes we have vacancies, for example, administration or at the office, then it is important that you speak more than only the basics. And then it is about understanding what somebody says. So it's okay if you respond in English, but if I can talk Dutch to you, you just have to understand what I say.
Okay.
Okay, so last chance. If you have any questions you have, of course you can ask us questions at the fair or later on during lunch. But now we have Micah still here. Okay, and also you can ask me the questions that I can ask Micah if it's more comfortable for you. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, your attention, and your interaction. That was really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah.
Thank you, Micah.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. She's there. She's in the back. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye from us. So far so good. Everybody okay? So we are early in our schedule, but I managed to book the lunch earlier because people are hungry. It's in the same area as before. So we're starting the keynote speech at 3:15. We're going to go by schedule, follow the Netherlands way, all right, the Dutch way. So feel free to pass by and talk to the speakers before they leave. They stayed an extra day in Cyprus just to speak to you guys. So feel free to go around and network during the lunch break. So I'll see you all back at 3:15 so you can scan the new QR code. You thought I wouldn't say it, but I did.
Ψωούλα. Είναι πολλά. Χαλά λίγο το projector. Έτσι πολλά άσχημα για το projector. Το projector είναι πολλά... Φασαρία, ρε. Τι εσύ τώρα. Δεν είναι κάτι, αφού έτσι αλλιώς... Είναι οκ. Μα νομίζω να έρθει ένα πλάσμα. Όσοι ήρθαν. Δεν κατάλαβα γιατί αλλάξαμε. Όχι τα φώτα. Για αίθουσα. Ένα το... Που λες, να έρθουν πιο λίγοι από ό,τι ήταν πριν. Όχι. Αλλά ειδικά τώρα που βρέχει. Ναι. Ναι. Έλα. Ναι. Γιατί? Ναι, χαμός. Ναι. Καλά, τώρα να τους βάλουν μέσα. Καλά, τι μας κάνει. Εντάξει. Εντάξει. Καλά, είναι μέσα και είναι έξω. Πώς φαίνεται το κόσμο ότι δεν βρέχει συχνά. Οκ, bye.
Σβήστα πίσω. Τα πίσω μπορεί να σβήσεις, τα μπάκλα εκείνα. Είδες τώρα ρε. Μάλιστα. Τώρα βρω μια γκόλα ρε. Έκανα παστά, έχω κάνει 2 παστά πιτά. Άσπρα. Άσπρα, αλλά δεν άξα. Εντάξει. Μες στο πρόσωπο είναι πολλά καλή. Τώρα αυκό πάνω να δω και με την άλλη σε το γενικό πώς μου... Τι έχεις πλώσω τα καλά. Όχι ρε. Σαν να. Τσάφερος στο διάστημα. Review πάνω. Έχεις review. Κύριε, ευχαριστούμε εξυπηρέτηση.
Ναι, έλα, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, να μετακινηθώ επειδή είναι να φορούν και ακουστικό, να φορούν το χιλόφωνο, να το ανοίξουμε και τούτο. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, θα περνώ, περπατώ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Είμαστε εδώ, στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο, θα πούμε για το EUC EURES Career Academy. Επειδή ζητήσαν και χιλόφωνο. Άρα να κινείται. Ναι, ναι, ναι. Hello. Welcome. Joe? Please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Υπάρχει έντονος φωτισμός απέναντι μου. Πας στα μάτια, πολλά έντονα, αλλά... Νομίζω αρχίζω να συνηθίζω. Κάνω και έτσι. Ναι, ναι, σημαίνει να κάνουμε για stage. Εντάξει. 1, 2, 3. Εντάξει, Κωνσταντίνε, μ' ακούς καθαρά. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Κωνσταντίνε. Εντάξει. Εντάξει.
να βάλεις το δικό σου laptop. Alright.
HDMI και ήχον.
Όχι, βασικά live stream. Έχει live streaming. Άρα έχει όλα πράγματα ενωμένα και όλα λεπτά φέρνουμε τον ηχολήπτη.
Α, ναι, πιάνεις τα όλα και για το live stream που δάμε.
Ναι.
Και δεν είναι εφικτό επειδή είναι Mac τούτον και Keynote, δεν είναι PowerPoint. Να το κάνω transfer.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Και έχω και demos.
Θέλος.
Έχω και demos και έτσι πράγματα.
Έλα και ο μιλητής μας έχει απαιτήσεις και θα του
Ναι,
κάνουν ό,τι θέλει.
Το lab series.
Ό,τι πάει. Ό,τι πει ο keynote μας.
Πώς είναι να κάνουμε live streaming με το...
Είναι ok να κάνει live streaming με δικό του.
Ένα λεπτό
Να τα κλείσουν για να τα ξαναενώσουν.
Okay.
Okay, ας σου πω το θέμα μου. Έχω το QR code για να κάνουν check-in επειδή δεν να τους δώσω certificates. So, να θέλω το QR code να βγει πάνω πριν να ξεκινήσεις να μιλάς, πριν να σε παρουσιάσω.
Τα έχουμε όλα με μένα. Στείλε μου το βάλω πας
να αλλάξω ένα λάπτοπ, να βάλουμε ένα άλλο του μιλητή.
Ποιο λεπτά να το κάνω τώρα.
Είσαι πάνω.
You're still laughing. I can see you.
Θα δει. Είσαι πάνω. Εντάξει, κλείω. Θέλετε και ίντερνετ?
Έχω Wi-Fi, αλλά
Έχει.
Αλλά νομίζω με το Wi-Fi είναι ok. Τούτον έχει firewall πάνω. Το ίντερνετ σας έχει firewall πάνω. Τούτον το ίντερνετ είναι με firewalls, να δουλέψουν κάποια... Δοκιμάζω εδώ. Άρα ο ήχος είναι που το HDMI, όπως είναι το... Okay. Τέλεια. Ο ήχος πρέπει να φύγει να πάει από τα headphones. Σωστά. Ένα λίγο Spotify. Χαμηλώσατε εγώ. It's okay. Θα δω το presentation.
Alors,
Okay.
Θέλεις
headset. Έχουμε headset.
Ναι, είτε το ένα είτε το άλλο, it's fine. Θα μιλώ βασικά. Hello. Όχι, προτιμώ το... Και ένα λεπτό να δω.
Στέλνεις το τώρα από αυτούς.
Να κάνω ένα slide να σου το βάλω πάνω.
Amazing to see you work hard.
Κάποιες χιλιάδες φορές πρέπει να το κάνω τούτο. Νομίζω είναι εσύ setup που είναι είδα και πρόβλημα που είναι συνάντηση.
Να κλείσουμε που δάμε.
Εγώ απλά βάλω. Αυτό με συμβαίνει στα live event. Θες να το βάλεις μόνος σου ή μέσα στην... τώρα να σε παρουσιάσω πρώτα το merchants και να έρθουν πάνω γιατί φάνηκε βροσύνη και θα έχει.
Θα το ανοίξω εδώ. Θα εξηγήσω τώρα.
Όχι, θα έχουμε 4 λεπτά.
Εδώ δοκιμάσουμε.
Ναι.
I know it's a difficult day, but we have a very interesting presentation now from Mr. Paris Thomas. We're really happy to have him with us, and it's my pleasure to introduce him to you. Thank you for coming.
Hi, everybody. I'm not offended by the attendance. I'm actually glad it's raining, so it's okay. I could talk to myself if we're going to get more of this rain. So good to see you all. Let me just get myself ready. Can you hear me from here? No? No? Let's test. Here we go. 1, 2. For the live stream, give us a second. 1, 2. 1, test, test, test. Good, we're back. So it looks like it's AI month. For me, it's AI seconds every day for the last couple of years. And I've been asked to come and speak to you guys about AI and the future of business. So there we go. And maybe, especially if you're students here in the audience, what are the skills you need to equip yourself with to cope with this mad, crazy, changing world? There's one thing I want to talk about when it comes to AI, the dressing I put around it is innovation. And like never before, innovation mindset and innovation thinking is correlated one-to-one with what we are currently experiencing in AI. It's like the wild, wild west. You come up with 2 pistols from the bar and you're shooting, asking for forgiveness, not permission. It's exactly what's happening right now in the world of AI tools. It's confusing. It's a huge spaghetti. It'll take a while before it becomes linguini and then eventually something that you can actually make sense of. Until then, we just have to cope and understand as much as we possibly can and stay relevant. That's my slogan, staying relevant. So innovation is exactly my background and the type of thinking that you need to adopt, because innovation is born through iterating, experimenting, prototyping, and just trying stuff out. So I'll talk a little bit about innovation in the context of AI. I love innovation. This is what AI thinks I look like when I was 8 years old. Still gave me gray hair. And I've been tinkering. I've been a tinkerer since I was a young boy, playing with my parents' TV, disassembling stuff, experimenting, prototyping, just a total geek. Give me some electronic and gummy bears, and I'm in heaven. So for me, AI, Disneyland. Now, I wanted to become an inventor, but I was really not good at math, or I had a bad teacher. I think the latter. And when I went to study engineering, I quickly realized this isn't for me. And so I pivoted, I changed. But what I stumbled upon completely transformed my thinking. And if you're ever interested in innovation, this is an oldie but a goodie. IDEO's book on the art of innovation by Tom Kelly. IDEO, anybody know who IDEO is? Probably not, but they invented the mouse. They pretty much designed a lot of stuff with Apple together. Big company, especially in the context of popularizing a method that I live by. And that method is the design thinking process. You start by framing a question, maybe having a problem to solve. You gather inspiration in some creative ways. You generate ideas. You quickly make them tangible, what we know as prototyping. You test to learn, and then you share the story, which is still, out of everything, the most important skill, is to be able to communicate and share the story. Otherwise, your great ideas are just your great ideas. Now, in the context of this, if you can imagine what AI is doing to this method, it's astronomically faster. Everything from coming up with inspiration, knowing everything you didn't know before because it's in your pocket now, being able to generate prototypes and stuff that would take months can actually take literally 3 minutes, and then being able to be ready enough to get out of the building, where in the building there's no answers, and actually talk to humans and find out answers and test and learn. My toolkit in this process has been the toolkit you see here on the screen, which is by a company in Switzerland called Strategizer. And I've become very good friends and a partner of Alexander Osterwalder, who is one of the top 50 thinkers in the world in management thinking, has received the Oscar Award for strategy thinking and management thinking, and his tools and best-selling books have completely transformed my life, as well as the life of millions of others who tackle entrepreneurship and corporate innovation using a systematic process called business modeling, or lean startup. So if you're in this world, you'll definitely have encountered these tools. Now, I've been part of this for enough time to have contributed to the books and also to be in the process of writing a book now on how we get out of the building to talk to humans in what we call the conversation-based learning approach. And my thing is that I love to talk to people and understand what they're doing. And that leads me to validate or invalidate some of my assumptions, but it also leads to the things that are the most interesting, which are the things that I didn't know. And in AI, this is exactly what it must feel like for most people. You have a conversation, somebody tells you about a tool that you haven't heard of, or some use case that you couldn't even imagine. We're constantly in the space of learning about the things that we don't know. And if you were to ask me what is the one thing, if you were to isolate every experience I've had training 500 to 600 entrepreneurs every year, and thousands of corporate innovators from Fortune 100 companies around the world, I've met a lot of people. The one question I get the most often is what would be the one lesson that I would give them? So I'll start with that. And this is the lesson. Prediction is very difficult, especially if it is about the future, which means you don't have a crystal ball. So if anybody from the working environment is still talking about 5-year strategy plans, cash flow projections, or anything longer than 3 months, you're hallucinating. And you think ChatGPT is hallucinating, but really you are. The world is moving at rapid speed. So how can we actually make sense of it all? And for me, well, this may be the lesson, but what's the thing you need to actually do? And the answer is simple. Test it. Nothing makes it more clear than this video.
Alors, Jean-Fabien, vous êtes voyant, n'est-ce pas? Exactement, je prévois l'avenir. Celle-là, hein? Tu l'as prévue, celle-là? Voyez, Jules-Édouard, pas besoin de long débat pour démystifier les charlatans.
You can predict the future. You didn't see that one coming. You can't predict the future. It's as simple as that. And now with AI, there's no room for interpretation. You can run any experiment you want and figure out the answer, and you can stop writing business plans or financial projections that nobody except you will ever read, and everybody knows that they're going to be inaccurate. We live in a very different world, folks, and it's having an impact on business. So let me set the scene as well in a different way. This is AI today. I'll show you some use cases and demos. And I always say AI today because right now it's different already. Right now it's also different. Right now it's also different. It is moving super fast. But get a load of this. Watch carefully. Answer? No driver. No driver. A computer in its place. That's all. Only the real estate they had is to use the driver's seat for putting a computer, AI, and no engagement from the team of students from technical universities across the world. TU Munich won the prize, $2 million. That's all. But yeah, the students were asked as soon as the race begins, you can't touch the controls. The AI needs to take over. Now, that was interesting because I was attending this race myself. I was there. I took the video you saw. This was in Abu Dhabi. I think the one this year is either running these days or has run last week. But basically, this was what happens when you suddenly realize that this is the first sport in the world, now AI. And I had this moment where I was thinking, okay, is this what the world is going to turn into? Do we have everything, absolutely everything, with AI, and even sports? Of course, this was a very underwhelming race because just to give you the inside scoop of what happened on this public experiment, the first leading car spun out of control, turned 180 degrees, and every other car came to a complete stop and went in reverse. So it really was the first first Formula One race that I saw in reverse. But nevertheless, beautiful experiment. Now they're doing it again. And so when I saw this, I thought, okay, there is something mad about what's going on. And it reminded me of the conversation most of us have when we talk about AI. Put yourself in the last conversation you've had with somebody about AI. I bet the following things happen. Maybe you're the one who gets, starts the conversation, excited about something you saw on TikTok and it's pretty cool. Look at this humanoid that's going to do everything for us. Look at this AI thing that's, shrinking things and firing people. And then the other person is, within 3 minutes, already poo-pooing all over the concept of AI and talking about ethics and morality and security and privacy and where is the world going to and what is the role of humanity. Suddenly you find yourself in an existential conversation you can't even control. And the reason we're doing this is because when we talk about AI, we talk on 2 different frequencies. The frequency on my left or your right is what could we do with this technology? And the frequency on your left is should we be doing it? And I want to, if there's one thing you remember from my keynote today, is maybe the next time you talk about AI, first declare what you want to talk about. Are you talking could we or are you talking should we? But what you should not do is blend the two. Because the second you do that, you're in subjective spaghetti land where nothing makes sense, and you're just drawing conclusions that are completely inaccurate. The other thing I want to point out is that if you don't know what could we looks like, please stop talking if we should do it. Because if you haven't played, experimented, prototyped, used it, you don't have any knowledge to talk to anybody about ethics. By the way, in this talk, I'm only going here, and I'm not an expert on should we. Well, yeah, I know a few things, but this is where I dabble. Let's figure it out, because it's happening with or without you and me, and this is huge. It's more important than that. But we can't have this conversation until we have that. Are we good with that? Yeah? Okay, so maybe the next time you talk to somebody, tell them, are we talking could we or should we? Just so I know. Now let me see the other side of the coin. On the one hand, I saw a world turning sports into AI, and then I actually asked myself the question, if I was to challenge myself to create the opposite effect of what I felt as disconnection because of AI, how could I possibly create meaningful connection because of AI? What would the other side of the coin look like? This is Little Mermaid and the Magic of Sea Underwater, imagined by my daughter Leah Thomas, published with love by Dad, that's me, synthesized and illustrated by AI in 2024. We also had a 2023 version. This one looks way better, and the 25 one, wow. And this is a video of me picking up the book and showing it and sharing it with my team because something revolutionary was inside this book, consistent character. But it wasn't just the consistent character across pages which was interesting. It was the fact that my daughter had recited the story of Elsa and Little Mermaid, 2 characters that are separate, but she joined them with some Anna Mermaid and some other Olaf things that are happening underwater, completely her imagination, now visualized in her story. And folks, what happened was unreal. For 4 months, Leah kept begging me, tonight can we please read my book? She meant her book, my book. And it was fun, and it created connection. And we had a lot of laughs about the fact that Elsa had 7 fingers on page 3. And it was just fun. And then she kept asking me, could we do this again? So we were on a holiday in Europe this summer, and every day, as we finished the day, what I did was, I went into another tool that obviously was created a year later, but still, I did it manually. Google actually made a tool for it called Storybook. And so what I did was I would actually recite what happened today in this adventure park we visited, put it into Storybook, make a kid's storybook, and at nighttime, read that story. Wow. They were reading their imagination, visualized. So I figured, yes, there is a way for us to create meaningful connection. Maybe this is a silly example. Maybe it's not. But I'm pretty sure as humanity, we're going to figure it out. What we're going to have a difficult time figuring out is how on earth is it going to affect business? So this is my second part, and why you cannot afford to ignore what is happening. Now, when we talk about business models, a business model is basically how a company creates value, delivers that value to the market, and then captures value in return, usually in revenue. That's the business model. They expire like yogurt in the fridge. That was the narrative 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Right now, they expire like, what is it that expires in 2-3 days? Or a week, milk. So there's something crazy that's happening, and it actually has to do with the rate of acceleration of innovation. If you think about Homo sapiens 300,000 years ago, first invention of fire, and then we go into the communication stream where we have pigeons, the invention of the telephone, eventually becomes popularized in homes, then you have Office, then you have mobile, and then you have the internet in your pocket, 2007, the invention of the iPhone. Basically, Game of Thrones to Kardashians in a span of 150 years. And the reason this change is happening is because the number of transistors we've managed to put inside a microchip, and a transistor is what says 1 and 0, it's basically how computers talk, is exponentially increasing every 2 years. So it doubles every 2 years. This is a picture that I took of Gordon Moore's law that he said in 1965, Computer History Museum in Silicon Valley. This is 2007, and that is 2010. So now you can imagine, if you understand the exponential relationships, where we are right now. There's no building tall enough, and when I look at the change, every line is vertical. Every line is vertical. So that's why it's so fast. But what is it doing to business? When you take the S&P 500 index from the stock exchange and you look at the history of businesses, like you and I have a lifetime, at some point we will no longer have a life, same with businesses. So when we measure how long have businesses been in existence, and these are businesses that are successful because they're at the top 500 list, you can see the math on your own. You can see that in the 1960s, you were guaranteed that for the next 60 years, you can still warm that same chair. Nobody's going to take it from you. And as we get closer to today, 2011 or so is real data. Anything after that for this graph is a guess. AI was not popular back then, right? So you can imagine these numbers are probably going to be way lower here. But we were projecting 2025 to be about maybe 16, 15 years. So that would signal, let's take AI out of the equation, that anyway the way the world is, in your career as a professional, you are guaranteed at least 3 to 4 disruption points where your company's closing, you need to move on. Seems like the generation that's now in the marketplace has solved the problem on their own because they leave anyway after 3 years. But no matter what, it's saying something about the way business is working. But let's understand why. This is an electric scooter. Some of you love them. Some of you hate the people on them. But I'm pretty sure we've all seen them. And when I saw an electric scooter for the first time in San Francisco, that was Lime. And I looked them up because they were everywhere, thrown all over the streets. Their valuation as a company was $1 billion in just 11 months. I mean, I'm like, that's not normal. What's going on here? They have to have some competition if it's that good of a market. Yeah, of course they did. Bird. And their valuation was $2 billion, but it took them way longer, 14 months. So I go, okay, what is the recipe here? Let me ask you, when was the invention of the iPhone? Let's see if you're paying attention. 2007. Shout it out if you know. When was the invention of the electric scooter? 2020? 2021. Yeah. Going once, twice. 1915. The US Postal Service was using electric scooters. But nothing became popular out of them because the business model wasn't there. But the minute you had GPS, mobile data, and a smartphone, a smart screen in your pocket, you had the point of sale system to actually connect the actual technology with the consumer. Sometimes great things can't materialize. They're too early until the right configuration of a business model is figured out. Now, when you see this kind of progress, you also realize that the largest hotel chain in the world, Marriott, it took them 100 years to do what Airbnb did in 7. Airbnb, by the way, is the largest hotel in the world. They don't have a single hotel, as you know. I think this 7 years is going to become 7 months. And even the companies that we know to be true, too big to fail, they said, maybe we should review that narrative. Because companies, as it comes from innovation, they don't just need research and development, R&D, they need business R&D. I have 3 quotes for you to hammer that in. People realized that for every one of our failures, we had spreadsheets that looked awesome. Right? So this is what humans do. They open a spreadsheet, they go on Excel, they put numbers in, soon they connected them with formulas, and then magic happens when you type in something here, and something else comes out there that you didn't type. It must be true. Right? So this is a big recipe for failure. Then you take Steve Blank, who is the grandfather of entrepreneurship in Silicon Valley, who says, on day one, your idea is just a fantasy. It's actually a religious organization. Basically, you're hallucinating. And this is very true for most entrepreneurs I've seen. You're hallucinating. You don't know anything to be true. And this is Alex Osterwalder, the CEO, strategizer, and the founder of the business model Canvas and the stuff I showed you before. He says if you open a spreadsheet, you make your fantasy explicit. So what happens, what we've been teaching innovation folks in the business world was to get out there and test as quickly as possible and make failure part of your recipe. But if you look at the reasons why companies fail by doing a post-mortem of companies that failed, most of the times, the top reason, not most of the times, every time, the top reason, it's not about the right team or cash. It's actually people building something nobody wants. Case in point, I have a client, Lenovo. I was in Beijing doing a session, innovation session with them. 2 people were late to the workshop, and I asked them, what's going on? Are you guys okay? And they said, sorry, we were celebrating. Please share, why are you celebrating? Because we managed to put a 5th USB port. Really? An upgrade's an upgrade. But at the same time, sometimes exactly that's humanity. Thank you for saying that. We basically crave the dopamine effect that comes from the checkbox. It's about just doing the job. Right now, we can't afford to have that mindset anymore. We have all the tools in our disposal to prototype, test, experiment, and get out there and see what's going on in the world. The last thing, especially the new students or any student wants to do, should do, is to sit on old mindsets. This is, folks, the mindset that exists in the world out there. And the idea of changing it through an innovation process that is exactly the same that what's happening now with AI is what I'm hoping to transmit to you. But to understand that process, let's first look at what does it look like. If you have an idea, you want to turn it into a business, you have this search and test phase, then you have an execution phase. We also know there's some sub-phases that you see below, and I think everybody understands searching and testing is a bit more tricky, so it's a bit bumpy. If you know Johnny Ives, who designed everything Apple, he gave us another thing, the reality. This is what it looks like. For every, there's a moments in that curve, if you notice, that go backwards, yeah? We call that a pivot. And every time you have a pivot, I've had 8 in my life, in my businesses, you want to go home and cry in the embryonic position because it almost feels like you've just wasted months and months of your life. 3 days go by, you meditate a bit, and you realize that, oh, wow, I actually know something others don't. Therefore, I have a competitive edge. Let me try again, build the resilience, do the stuff I need to do. And again, this is exactly what we see now with AI. Thousands of entrepreneurs who are basically wrapping around OpenAI's foundation models to create something and test it and put it out in the world. So we have to be cautious, yes, but it is an amazing opportunity to build something and understand how business is going to change in big fundamental ways. Now, one second, I have the same slide repeating. Let me just skip this. Okay. What I hear happening in the world out there is quite alarming to me. Sorry about that. What I hear happening in the West when I talk to CEOs of large companies in the West is that there's no need to innovate right now. AI is enough. So this is giving me a bit of a litmus test on what is happening in business right now, their mindset, their adoption of these tools. What I hear happening in the East, however, totally different mindset. Use AI to innovate faster. And so when we look at that, there is a reason why this is the narrative there, because it may be countries like Singapore a little bit more progressive in mindset, and they've enabled anybody over 40 with a reskilling budget to send them back to university, or the ability to give them resources to learn these tools. But this is quite telling on what is happening. We're officially in a race of innovation right now. How do we do more AI? How do we build more AI capability? How do we power AI from the moon and satellites, which we're now officially as humanity in a second space race? How do we do all that stuff so we can pump back to Earth incredible verticals where everything you look outside just looks like it's constantly changing until we have a winner? This is where we are right now. And so if you're a student at this point in your life, I think it's the most exciting part to be. What I think would be a red flag is if you ignore it. This is the opportunity to be the most relevant person in the room if you don't ignore it. I'll give you the numbers, a bittersweet reality. So I assume that every single one of you in this room, in your professional career, is going to have at least 10 good ideas, ideas that are worth pursuing. Now, 10% of you will actually do something about those ideas. I know that number to be true because 10% of the world has their own business and the 90% is working for them. So that's maybe, let's call it tenacity or grit to actually take the steps and build your own business or pursue your idea. It's a model, right? Could be wrong. 5 billion of you in the world, of us, professionals, which means that if we take 5 billion ideas that have been attempted, and let's give it an average of 10% success, but let's add to that what does success really mean. It's not just I launched a product, but 5 years later, when you come back, it's still in the market. Maybe that's a better metric. That's 50% of those. When you put all those numbers together, you come up with 1 in 200. 1 in 200 ideas that get attempted ends up making a successful venture. I thought these were incredibly interesting numbers, and I wondered to myself, could this be true somewhere else? Turns out, if you're a professional athlete, you have 1 in 200 of getting an Olympic medal. If you're a professional author, you have 1 in 200 of getting best-selling status. And the same thing if you're a professional actor, 1 in 200 of actually getting an Oscar. Looking back at business, the best mindset to see this is venture capital. So when we invest really early in companies and hopefully something sticks, 1 in 250, this is old data, newer data, validates approximately the same number. So it looks like this 1 in 200 is almost as natural as the rule of 3 that we have in life, in photography, and everything else we do. Even the fundamental natural phenomena, like probabilities like 1 in 200, are being put to the test by AI and is impacting business. Because what's happening is AI can actually increase the speed of failure. We want to fail fast. It is through the failure that we learn how to actually rise up again. And maybe we can improve the ratio of successful ventures, and maybe we will live or have already started living in a world where the 1 in 200 becomes 1 in 20. You see, folks, AI is the ultimate business model accelerator, and it's transforming companies everywhere. In Cyprus, we see a small delay, as always, but I don't think that's going to be the case for much longer. 2025, I believe, was a warning shot, and by 26, we'll start to see some real impact happening. But what people spoke about, and the reason I have DNA here is because CRISPR technology did to DNA research what AI is now doing to businesses. What we're going to start seeing is a change in narrative. In business, people were saying data is the new oil. Everybody was obsessing about data. They still are, but it's important to have good data. AI is the new electricity, right? What's faster, a Tesla or a diesel engine? So this is the way that things are changing, and if we were to look at some of the existing technology out there, for example, data on your phone and GPS where you can track your location, you can see that these two technologies brought life to companies like Lime Scooters, Uber, or Airbnb. Without these, you can't have those. And now we have this new technology called AI that has a habit of improving itself. And therefore, we're going to start to see a lot of different shifts. Let me go just to the last one here, from diagnosing patients to predicting diseases. This is not just business transformation, this is societal transformation in humanity, how we address all the problems we thought were problems before, and how AI is going to step in to change the way things are. Any of you in business school? Yeah, okay, so if you haven't learned this, you will learn it. People say cheaper, faster, and better, but you can only have two. So if you have faster and better, high price. If you have better and cheaper, slow delivery. If you have faster and cheaper, TEMU. Okay, so that's it. And then they say you can't have all three. It's a no-no. It's impossible, at least not sustainably. Maybe for the first few months until everybody else steps in, and then you lost your advantage. And this is exactly what's happening in business right now. You can have all three. Yes, you can. For a long time, because everybody else is slow to adopt. And so everybody else who's competing in one of those three areas is going to start to feel the pressure on their bottom line. Now, you probably heard the narrative, maybe you came here because of this, that there's going to be an impact on jobs, right? So 30% of the jobs are likely to be automated by 2030. 14% of the workforce is expected to be affected due to AI and automation by 2030. Just for perspective, 2030 is like 4 years from now. COVID was 5 years ago, just to give you a sense of how fast time goes, okay? And so maybe it's time to reframe things. What are some insights I can share with you on AI and the future of you, especially as a student? So the first one is adaptability and lifelong learning are your edge. Folks, you're in university as a beginning or a continuation, but a never-ending story of learning for the rest of your life. I wasn't told that when I was a kid. I was told that you'll go to university, you'll finish, you'll get a job, and that's it. Then you can do whatever you want. I was never told that university never, ever, 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 ever ends. Right? And now I know that. And the best way to manifest that quote is through this quote by Alvin Toffler. The illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And what's interesting is the second word, unlearn. Think of pulling teeth out. That's how hard unlearning is. And that's my generation's problem right now. Your generation is on the learn stage. So it's total Disneyland for you. Because you don't have to unlearn mindsets, things that you thought to be true, in order to make space in your brain to learn something new. This is key. It's the number one thing that I feel everybody must understand. If you're not a lifelong learner, you're in trouble. You're going to be. Second message is AI literacy is job market currency. If you're literate in AI, you will be more competitive in the workplace. You take your degree, you have the foundation, the ever so important critical thinking foundation in the discipline you've decided to study, and you pump steroids with it, with AI, into it. And now you have actual employability. So the net effect of job creation is actually positive, by the way. Here's the good news. If you speak AI. Now, the next decade will not reward the smartest people. It will reward those who can collaborate with AI. Right? So this is a nice quote to kind of put things in perspective. Now, beyond being literate in AI, sometimes it's good to demystify some things around the definitions we heard, because I talk to a lot of people about AI, but sometimes we get lost in translation. So if you are not dabbling in it with intent, here's the buzzwords you hear in a very fast, maybe 1 minute, 10 slides to give you the flash of what are the definitions. The first one you've heard about is AI. If you have Siri, Google Home, or any device that acts as if it's human, that is what we mean by artificial intelligence. Did I just activate my Siri? I think I did. Okay, so basically anything that simulates human intelligence. Machine learning, if you have Netflix recommendations, that's what machine learning is. Somebody who watched the same movie as you also watched this other movie. They liked it. You like this one. You must like the other one. Then you have deep learning, which is basically neural networks and layers and simulating the human brain. An example, the closest we have, is Tesla's autopilot or cars that drive themselves. You have Google Translate that started to dabble into neural language processing, NLP. And then you have Gen AI, which is what most of us use on ChatGPT to make images, text, music, spreadsheets, PowerPoints, what have you. But ChatGPT is just an interface. What's really behind it is a large language model. I like to think of this large language model, and one way I describe it is like a super librarian. Imagine this librarian who read every single book, every single page, every single newspaper, every single slide, played every record, LP, DVD, Blu-ray, everything humanity ever put in the public domain. This guy's read it. And then you come in and say, can I have something about biology? So he'll run to the right aisle in that library and pull everything about biology and present it to you and go blah. And then you'll go, that's not what I wanted. What did you want? Marine biology. Oh, we'll run to the marine biology section, come back, blah. And then you'll go, but that's not what I want. I wanted specifically about dolphins. Oh, and so what happens is that, as you recognize, the more specific you are, the more the super librarian knows what to deliver. What usually happens is that, oh, this thing isn't working, it's stupid. Let me not bother with AI, right? It's not good enough. I don't know what the whole buzz is about and the hype. So let me explain to you technically what actually happens when you use AI. Well, AI works, or large language models work in what we call tokens. And a token, the interpretation of it, is 3/4 of a word. For example, the word joyfully is 3 tokens. Okay? This is now the currency of language. And that's how we use AI. And we have limits on how many tokens we have in what's called a context window, and then you have to buy a premium subscription to write a bigger essay for your teacher. Whatever that is, right? Because you're using words as currency. And of course, it's interesting because this is very good slangification from Gen Z. So suspicious, sus, charisma, riz, outfit, fit, win, W. Takes longer to say W, but Gen Z texts it, so it's shorter. So it's quite inspired by that. But let's assume the large language model is a black box. And now we're going to use it. This is ChatGPT, okay? And we type the toddler built a, and we pass it through. Tower. Statistically, based on everything that the super librarian has read, tower is the most probable answer. That's how it works. But then what you could do, put it back in. With. But then what you could do, put it back in. There. Hands. If I do this long enough, I'll write an essay on the French Revolution with Napoleon Bonaparte. So basically, it is a statistical algorithm that spits out language that has a really good knack at sounding superhuman. That's what we built. But at the same time, once you understand that, you look at that the quality of the results that you get are a function of 3 things. First, as we know, is the quality of the model, the company that trained it. The foundation model, OpenAI, Gemini, Claude, Mistral, there's like a dozen. Cost hundreds of millions of dollars to develop them. These are the super libraries. Then it's the quality of you. It's the prompt, what you type in. And you heard this prompt engineering thing? I think it's a bit of a fad, to be honest, but don't tell anybody. I think prompt engineering is replaced by one prompt. Help me write a better prompt. Usually that works really well. Of course, at the more sophisticated level, joking aside, it's still useful. Quality of context. Okay, so we understand the first 2, hopefully. What is the quality of the context? You may have heard of the context window. Inside a context window, we have 4 things. The prompt, that's you again. The archive, every other conversation you had with AI, in your ChatGPT, for example, all your past conversations, that's the archive. So guess what? Like a friend, it gets to know you the more you hang out together from your previous questions. So don't let another student use your ChatGPT, by the way. You're tainting it. Then you can delete the conversation, it's fine, don't be scared. Then you have the resources. What are resources? Here's this PDF, here's this PowerPoint, check out this website. You upload stuff to it. And finally, the most powerful thing that happened to humanity since the Industrial Revolution, which is tools. And this is the ability for the AIs to talk to each other. You go to ChatGPT and tell it, can you use this tool or that tool or that tool to do certain things? So suddenly, the way I like to put it is, imagine if we had USB-C from the beginning. Wouldn't that be a more peaceful world? Like we've gone through VGA, HDMI, RCA, whatever. USB-C, just one thing that does it all. Well, we learned from it as humanity. And what's called MCP, not to get too complicated, is the language of AI, and they talk to each other already. So every new AI tool can and is being utilized with other AI tools. What is that in the world of business? It's a world where there's no competition, because every tool that survives these next few years is going to collaborate. We're going to see a centralization of power where you can use AI in its most potential. Did the projector turn off?
Yeah, somebody's playing with it.
Oh, okay. All right. So my good news, not Sony, let's see if it shows up, is that you can actually achieve what I like to call augmentation of you. Why? Because if we look at the AI capability, as I've explained, it's on an exponential curve. Here's the good news. The learning curve is not exponential. So if today it feels like a lot to get into it and learn, with more effort, you get marginally more result as the AI technology adopts better capabilities. So with that, I want to kind of use the last part of this section to maybe show you some use cases from my tech stack, how I use AI. I'm not an expert in AI. I don't believe there is an expert in AI on this island. I think we have a lot of power users like myself, but you're an expert if you helped create the foundation model and you studied AI in the 90s. So I use tools like Fireflies that help me record my meetings. You may have used them in virtual meetings. Otter, Fireflies, Teams does the same thing, Zoom does the same thing now. But I use them to record my meetings, but I also configured it so that when I say I'm going to send you a proposal, as soon as the meeting is done, my AI that was listening sends a command through this universal AI language called MCP to this other tool that actually writes the proposal, sends it to me by email. So within 5 minutes, I've done a task that usually takes me 2 weeks, and it's the worst thing in my job. I hate writing proposals. Of course, when I look at the proposal, I edit it, I do what I need to do to it, and then I schedule it to be sent 2 weeks later. Because I do not want to train people that I will respond within 5 minutes with a proposal. But that's one use case. I think the ultimate is this one for me. I'm wearing it. It's an AI pendant called Limitless, and it listens to me all day long, except when I go home. I take it off. I'm not ready yet. And so it listens to everything I say and basically transcribes everything I say, not something you say, unless you give consent. But it has the context of our conversations. And what happens is that I've changed as a person as a consequence to it. And I know that sounds crazy, stupid. But let me tell you why. There's many uses. One of the most notable ones is the way it coaches me to be a better person. So the other day I was flying to Munich and I took my 6-year-old daughter Leah with me. I had some friends in Munich. She wanted to go on a business trip with Daddy, and it was really cool to bring her along, and I knew I had somewhere I could trust people to watch her while I went about my business. We're at the airport, and we pass by duty-free, obviously, and she sees a doll, and she starts to pull me back, and can we see this doll? Can we buy this toy? Even though we agreed from the car, we're not going to buy anything. And my response was abrupt. I actually said, no, we need to go to the lounge right now, so because I was thinking maybe I'll make her a sandwich for the plane or something. Anyway, I was a bit, blah. The next day, every morning basically, I get a push notification that shows me some insights from the day before. And it told me, yesterday you were a bit abrupt with Leah. You completely ignored her feelings. You didn't validate anything she said, and you went about your way, and you missed an opportunity to connect. And I'm like, oh man, seriously? And then I go, how? And it goes, well, what you could have said, actually I didn't ask, on its own it told me, what you could have said was, that's a wonderful idea, Leah. How about we go to the lounge to grab something to eat on the plane, and if we have time, we can come back and check out this toy that you like. And in that moment, I knew it was right. Everything I've read, everything I believe in, my own parenting philosophy, but it was in my eyes something remarkable. Now, my wife is a clinical psychologist. And I started wondering, how is this going to change her profession? What if you go to a therapy session in the near future, and instead of reciting everything you've done last week with your own salt and pepper, the therapist already knows because you give access to the data. Let's not go into the should we conversation, by the way. We're still in the could we, okay? You gave me permission. What if you could actually change the efficiency and the efficacy of these meaningful conversations because you have the data and you have the analysis? Lots of use cases for this, but I also know that it changed the way I speak because everything I say, if it sounds like an action, it automatically records reminders for me. And lately, as of the last 3 weeks, if it's something like I need to send a message to somebody and I say their name, it actually drafts it, and when I look at my phone, the message is ready, I press a button and it's gone. I'm speeding up in remarkable ways. Are you? Maybe not as much as me. Can you come closer, especially as students? Because the world out there, when you graduate, isn't going to wait. The reality of business is that we absolutely must adopt AI. That's my proponent, that's my narrative, that's my conviction, and I stand true to it. I use other tools like Synthesia to make videos as if I had a whole production crew with me. I use tools like Make.com, Zapier, or NA10, if you know any of these, to help me put it all together. So this is like creating an automation for my home, but instead an automation for my life, for my work, for my donkey work. Right? So I can actually say when this happens, then that happens, and that happens, and these are all different tools that you can connect together to do some pretty cool things. My third point is that AI accelerated personalized learning is what's also going to keep you learning for the rest of your life. As you leave university where you have a formal position to learn, what if you could learn forever? Because the future of learning is not one size fits all, but super customized to you. With all this data we're putting out there, what if the learning is so tailored to you, you think you're having a one-on-one with whatever content you're exposed to? I know it's changed us. I come from learning and development. I've been training people, facilitating workshops. Here's an example of me.
Imagine delivering your learning content.
This is not me, by the way.
Instantly personalized for every learner in any language, on any device. This isn't science fiction. Ito ay dahil at binabago na nito kung paano namin sinasanay onboard at palagin ang aming mga tao.
All right, I won't keep going, but it speaks a lot of languages. And again, that's not me. Right, so that was done in about 5 minutes. You get the gist of what the possibilities are. How many of you use Notebook LM? All right. So let me give you a gift. It's free, actually. I'm not going to pay you anything. But this is by Google, and it's instead of a large language model, a notebook language model. So if you're taking this to class, if you're a parent, by the way, pay attention. Your kids should be using it. If they're not, their classmates are. So this is a chance for you to chat with your data and learn content. And this is a chance for me to run a live demo. So, fingers crossed. I like running live demos. Sending good karma. Yeah, you can see it. Good. So let's go to Notebook LM, which is basically by Google. And I created a notebook where I put some information. The World Economic Report, the World Economic Forum report on the future of jobs. It's about 200 pages. And this was issued this January. Talks a lot about AI. There's a few other reports that I put in there. Everything related to AI in your career because I knew I would be talking to you. So imagine this is your organic chemistry class and you dump your teacher's notes, your transcripts, your pictures of your actual handwritten notes, the YouTube videos they told you to watch, everything. And you dump it in here for free. Then you can do lots of cool things with it. Like study for the exam with a mock exam. Create cue cards to learn. Make a mind map so you can figure out what the teacher said. Right? Or just analyze it and have conversations about it. I think the coolest feature is that you can listen to a podcast about your data. And let's see what that looks like.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we've pulled together a really rich stack of source material. We've got reports straight from the World Economic Forum, some key data from Visual Capitalist, and also internal research on global infrastructure. We're basically trying to map out the shifting global economy, maybe where your future job lies, and the surprising physical cost of this whole digital age.
That's right. Our mission today really is
Two
to
agents
synthesize
having a
three
chat
major trends,
on your data.
big ones, all
What a
interconnected,
wonderful way to
that are
learn.
kind of defining the
I
middle
know
of the
you've
decade.
seen it. I'll
We're
press
moving
it.
from, let's say, the
Yes.
abstract to the physical.
You can join.
Oh, hey, I think our listeners got something to say.
Hey, just had a quick question for you. Can you tell us like the number one thing students should be paying attention when it comes to AI and the future of business? Keep your answer short, please.
That is a fantastic and very timely question.
Absolutely. The number one thing, if we have to keep it short, is focusing on adaptability.
Yeah, it's not about learning one tool like Gen AI, though that is important.
What's critical is understanding that 39% of the global workforce will need new skills.
So pay attention to the uniquely human skills that AI can't automate.
We're talking about creative thinking, empathy, and resilience.
Those skills actually become...
I love those buzzwords, but you get the point. If you're not studying with this, start. What you shouldn't do, especially if you're a teacher and you're in this room, is this.
I am sick of grading essays that sound like they were written by a polite robot with a thesaurus. Stop using ChatGPT. It is lazy, it is dishonest, and it is a guaranteed way to fail this class.
All right, I think a lot of people are losing it. So it is not the time to fight it. It is the time to understand how to embrace it. Fourth point is that AI is an entrepreneurial force multiplier. This is an opportunity of a lifetime to build value and test it with some incredible tools. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, says all AI is the ultimate equalizer, like actually what we used to call the sea is the ultimate equalizer. It lets students with big ideas compete with industry giants. And this is where I see the future. We are going to live in a world where every single one of you has equal opportunity to put out in the world value and be heard and found and seen and paid by anybody in the world. Imagine when you could understand you could write your own music album with just a laptop, right? And that was for music industry fundamental. You didn't need the studio anymore. You had all the tools. You could record. You could do different instruments. Well, what if you actually can do that with building a business? And now you can. I know I'm in this space. We've created a tool called Rapid Visual that allows you to actually build a business. And you can have a conversation not only with AI in super fast ways and build your business models, but you can also have a conversation with the folks that are training this tool, which are real human consultants that have been able to collaborate with us. It does look like this remote control has a life of its own, so I'm just going to leave it, not touch it, and see what happens. Okay, let me skip to the last point. Human-AI collaboration is the new normal. I see this, I live this, a lot of companies are waking up to this, that we are now adjusting the job market to collaborate with AI in meaningful ways. So the leaders who will dominate the next decade won't be those who can compete with AI, they'll be those who can dance with it. And I'll leave you with, you got it? Is there a button being pressed somewhere? Yeah? Okay. So I'll leave you with something that's fresh-ish, that is basically what we're now seeing in the business world as how AI is going to transform the way we work, which is what's called a large action model. And you can see this from a very, very ubiquitous now case of building customer agents. I mean, nobody studies at university to go, man a telephone for customer service. This is one of those jobs that obviously, if it can be replaced, it will be replaced. But here's an example of how it's being replaced. This is a guy ordering potting soil, and he's asking an AI agent to help him live.
Hi there, welcome to Simple Home and Garden. Is this Patrick?
Hey, yeah, this is Patrick. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning to you too, Patrick. I'm doing great, thanks for asking. It looks like you've been shopping with us recently. I see you have a few things in your cart already. What can I help you with today?
Yeah, so I just bought some plants and I'm trying to pick out potting soil and fertilizer, and I'm not sure if I'm getting the right stuff. Could you help me with that?
I can definitely help with that, Patrick. To give you the best recommendations, could you show me the plants you bought? I can take a look and help you choose the best soil and fertilizer. I'm sending a video request to your browser now. Great, I can see you. Just hold the plants up to the camera so I can help identify them.
Yeah, so I have about 40 of these in various different colors.
Those are beautiful petunias. They're a great choice for vibrant color. Let me take a closer look at the items in your cart. Okay, I see you have standard potting soil and general purpose fertilizer. That could work, but petunias really thrive in a rich, well-draining soil and a fertilizer specifically for flowering plants. Okay, I've found some recommendations for your petunias.
All right, so now we have a really knowledgeable agent who knows how to get the right product, but it doesn't stop there. This agent is going to upsell.
Okay, I've updated your cart. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
I mean, not unless you can come over and plant these for me.
Funny you should mention that. We actually do offer professional landscaping services. Would you be interested in a quote?
right? So now we have the chance to upsell and extract more value. But then he says, yeah, and can you give me a 50% discount because somebody else in the neighborhood gives me 50% discount? So then the agent doesn't know what to do, so pay attention here, and needs to talk to the human. Right? Maybe the agent and the AI is the work that we didn't like to do in the past. And maybe we get to do more intelligent decision making in the future. Is this a glimpse to the future? It could be, but I see a lot more of this as we embark on the next few years. So here's how it works.
Apologies, but it looks like that amount is beyond what I'm authorized to approve. Let me check with my supervisor to see what we can do. Just a moment.
Okay, so now he's going to pretend he's a supervisor. He's going to go, and already a message is there. He's now acting as a supervisor and gives 20%.
Instead. And I'm going to send this message, and then we're going to pick up the conversation on the other side.
Good news, Patrick. My supervisor has approved a discount. We can offer you 20% off our landscaping services.
And it goes on and eventually books an appointment and all that kind of jazz. Personally, folks, at least living in Cyprus, there's a lot of companies I would like already for them to adopt this. The news about how this is impacting the future work is that this isn't something you need to build. It's a marketplace. You just download the agent and install it for your company. So you can now start to see how quickly, when I talk about speed, how quickly this is contaminating is the right word maybe, the whole business world. But what does it mean for the future work? We're going to avoid doing one thing that I've trained thousands of people. Leaders love their job. New employees love their job. The ones in the middle hate their job. Managing people is not something you actually love doing. HR is always trying to help you do it better, but managing people is difficult. Everybody has their own opinions. And maybe this is what's going to happen instead. For anybody who's a student, if you want to take a screenshot of this, feel free to do that. These are just some recommendations from a quick research I've done on a whole bunch of tools in 2025 that may be helpful for you to explore. Prototype with an innovation mindset. Use it as if you're trying to answer the could we question, and stop thinking of the should we until a little bit later, but do not go crazy and give it all your personal data. I don't wear this thing at home, remember? Right? So I'm careful as to what I give it, but at least I try every day to use it and learn something new. My quote is, staying relevant is no longer a choice. I feel it is a survival tactic. Thank you. Go dance with AI.
That was amazing. Thank you for staying put. Thank you for listening to this amazing presentation. I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow as well. Those of you who have registered for the mock interviews will be downstairs where the lunch was. For the rest of you, hope you have a great evening, hopefully with less rain so you can go back home. Thank you.